What's going on with you? This is Bucko's Locker coming to you again. Subscribe, like, comment, share on all the videos. Make sure you hit the notification bell icon, notify you all new videos that's posted on this channel. Shouts out to all the Pirates and Sea Bandits. Thank you for joining this live stream. A couple days late, but it's better late than never. You know, got some things going on, some good things going on, and some little distraction here and there. But, you know, that's life. You got to fight through it, but you can't lose focus. Come on in, come on in. Come on in. Let me hear it, baby. Let me hear it. Y'all ready to have this conversation? I ain't forget about y'all now. I'm gonna do my little monologue, and I ain't gonna say monologue. I'm gonna do my little intro conversation about the challenges moving forward. You see the topic of the conversation tonight. The Bucs challenges moving forward. And the Falcons preview. And I'm going to open up the locker room tonight, and individuals that want to come in and speak. And I'm going to try a little something different tonight. We'll do some one-on-ones first, and then we'll do the kumbaya, towards the end. We'll do the bring everybody in at one time towards the end. But we're going to start out with the one-on-one sessions. Kind of like the call-in sessions, right? But meaning that the conversation would not be like a 10-minute per person call. It'll be more like, a couple minutes, and then I get through everybody. And then once I get through everybody, I bring everybody in at the end, and we can all have a conversation. But I do want to hear everybody's individual thought process when it came to the game Monday night against the Ravens, and also what's the challenges next, right? But we're going to keep the individual conversation short, and we're going to save the big conversation toward the end. I'll bring everybody back in at the end for the big kumbaya. But I promise y'all I'll open the locker room up, and I will. Just give me a few minutes. Give me about 10 minutes to kind of talk about the Bucs, the aftermath of the Monday night challenge, or the Monday night, crazy game that a lot of stuff happened during the game from the in-game perspective, and also with the injuries occurring to Agent Smith with the concussion, Tyke Smith, and Chris Godwin dislocated ankle, and Mike Evans hamstring injury. So here's my take on it. That game was kind of a microcosm. In a way, it kind of puts you, hopefully kind of gives everybody a perspective of where the Bucs are really, where are the Bucs at, right? You got to ask yourself the question as far as like, from my perspective, in my opinion, the Bucs are not Super Bowl contenders. All right, so let me get that straight. Let me get that clear. The Bucs are not Super Bowl contenders. And I have my reasons, right? What up? Matter of fact, hold on. Let me give me some shout outs real quick. Richard Dennis in the building, Ryan Howard in the building, Austin Packham in the building, Brent O'Neill in the building, Sandoval 813, Mopar Buck in the building, J May in the building. Who else in the building? Ethan, what's up, man? Haitian Boy 407, Daniel Berry Sports, always in here supporting me. Sal, what's up, man? Bucks for life, Bucks Life, all caps. Vic Boy, Pain Music, Antoine Bell, Mr. Toxic Black, Falcons Rise Up. I got you, man. It's not about the Falcons right now, but we'll get to y'all in a second. But yeah, so here's my take on it as far as the aftermath and the challenges moving forward for the Bucs. That game was a microcosm of the Bucs are not Super Bowl contenders, and the record kind of speaks for itself. Where we at, we've had some great moments. Don't get me wrong. DB Buck 32, what's up, man? Rip, what's up? We've had some great moments during the season. Commanders game, the Lions game. Even though the team didn't play well, but that was a great win. Of course, the Lions are better than the Bucs. Not even close. Um, even though the Bucs beat them, but the Lions are still a better team. We beat the Eagles, and I'm a reference check the Eagles according to what's happening with the Bucs. Um, we beat the Eagles. Good win for the Bucs. The Eagles are 4-2, I believe. Um, and we beat them without their top two receivers. Foreshadowing, quote unquote, what's happening to the Bucs now. We lost against the Broncos. That was a bad loss. Completely dominated. And then we beat the Saints, which is Saints now. Now the Saints are to be honest with you, the Saints are a bad team. 5 straight losses. They're a bad team. They're a bad team. So we gotta win. We gotta win over a bad team, a decent Eagles team, a really good Lions team, a surprising Commanders team, right? Which is, that's good, right? So the losses that we do have are teams with winning records. So that's good, right? The wins that we do have. The losses that we do have, interesting losses, right? The Bucs, you could say the Bucs are a couple plays away from being 5-2, 6-1, or even 7-0. Oh, Roy, what's up, man? But you are what your record say you are, 4-3. I would say in a way the Bucs are kind of like kind of even keel right now. I wouldn't say slightly overachieved, but beating the Lions was a little overachievement right there. I'm gonna be honest with you on that one. A little overachievement right there because we were dominated that game and we found a way to win, right? But moving forward, looking at the schedule and the challenges that the Bucs will face moving forward with the injuries, and I'll get to that in a second. It's gonna be tough. It's tough sledding. And let me go back to the reference point I was making about the Eagles. When we beat the Eagles, we beat them without A.J. Brown, and Devontae Smith got injured during the game. So Jalen Hurts didn't have his 2 best receivers. And we beat the Eagles, and nobody batted an eye behind that. Nobody felt sorry for Jalen Hurts. The Bucs fans, we was like, we beat them, no excuses, da 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 da. And in full circle, looky. Here we are in the same scenario. No Mike Evans, no Chris Godwin, and now the tide has turned. Because just as easy as we beat somebody with their 2 best players on offense missing, or two of the 3, no Lane Johnson, then Lane Johnson didn't play, and we beat the Eagles, and nobody batted an eye. Nobody cared. Nobody gave the Eagles any empathy or sympathy. Everybody was like, well, we beat them. You know what I'm saying? We beat the Eagles. Da 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 da. And I'm right there with you guys, right? We beat the Eagles, and I even referenced. I said we beat the Eagles, and they didn't have 3 of their best players. So now, after the Ravens game, now we're missing 2 of our best players. Do you think anybody's going to feel sorry for the Bucs? You think if they beat the Bucs, if teams beat the Bucs, you think they're going to be like, well, they didn't have Evans and Godwin. If they had them, it would be different, right? If that's the excuse that we're going to use, make sure we apply that to everything, right? We beat the Eagles. I'm gonna keep referencing this point because it's a good reference point. We beat the Eagles without A.J. Brown and basically Devontae Smith and Lane Johnson. Do you believe that if the Eagles had A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith and Lane Johnson for an entire game, do you think the outcome of that game is different? Right? Do you think that outcome of that game is different if they have those 2 really good receivers and they let one of the best right tackle and one of the best right tackles? Do the Bucs blow them out? Right? Do Jalen Hurts look like a terrible quarterback? Right? So what Jalen Hurts went through is what Baker Mayfield about to go through. And nobody's going to feel sorry for us. That's the point I'm making. Because we didn't feel sorry for the Eagles. Nobody's going to care if the Bucs lose, and the only people that's going to care is us. The only people that's going to complain if we lose is the Bucs fans, because we're going to be like, well, we got no Chris Godwin, no Mike Evans. But do you think Falcons fans are going to want to hear that? You think the Falcons fans are going to feel sorry for beating us without our two best offensive weapons? No. A win is a win. Next man up, right? Hashtag no excuses. Because we can't have it both ways. We can't. You can't have it both ways. You can't beat a team missing their three best players and then turn around, the team that you're rooting for is missing two of their best players and say, well, we don't have them. You can't have both ways. That's my point. So there will be challenges for the Bucs moving forward for Liam Cohen offensively. Todd Bowles, most importantly, how will he game plan what type of game plan will he put together for his team? It's not just about being a defensive coordinator for Todd Bowles. Having the title of being a head coach, it's a lot involved. You have to sit down with your staff, your staff, your on the field staff, and you have to sit down and put a game plan together on how you want to approach every game. And then he also has to sit down with the defensive staff and say, okay, this is what we're going to do against the Falcons this week, right? We're going to do that against them. That's what Todd Bowles had. So Todd Bowles has two helmets to wear. So how would he instruct Liam Cohen to approach this game, knowing that he has two young receivers that was drafted by the Bucs, one in the 3rd round, one in the 5th round? He has Sterling Shepard, Cade Otton, and then Rashad White, Sean Tucker, and Bucky Irvin. Now, when you look at that group right there without Mike Evans and Chris Godwin, that is a bottom 10 group. Like the just overall, just from an offensive perspective, just taking out Mike Evans and Chris Godwin really drops the group down as far as being threatened, because now these next couple games, teams are not going to have to really focus on Mike Evans or focus on Chris Godwin. They can just literally straight up play us and make those young receivers beat us and make Cade Otton beat us. And none of those players have proven to be that type of player. Russell Shepard is the veteran. I'm sorry, Sterling Shepard. I'm thinking Russell Shepard. Sterling Shepard is the veteran of the group, but he's never been a major threat. Right? And Cade Otton is not a major threat. Our running back group, we got the 8th best running game in the NFL, rushing attack, but that's going to be put to task. And what, as Bucs fans, what do we expect from Liam Cohen? Now we're going to find out, okay, everything looks good when things are working, but now when you find out what type of coordinator you have when you have injuries, and can he scheme up a game plan to overcome those major injuries, right? Everybody praised Liam Cohen, and I praised him and all that, but I'm very, 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 very curious to see how he calls this game, because let's be honest, you can't chuck the ball 45 times with Cade Otton, Jalen McMillan, and Trey Palmer, and Sterling Shepard. Sterling Shepard. You can't do that. That's a recipe for disaster. Now, the pressure goes to Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield is making $30 million a year, $30 million quarterback. Now, we're about to find out, can Baker Mayfield galvanize the team, galvanize the offense, galvanize the team, and will these guys lead these guys to victory? Find a way. Because we've seen examples that other teams can do this. Can the Bucs do it? overcome injuries. And the Bucs have done it before on defense. Right? So it's going to be a challenge for Liam Cohen and Baker Mayfield. People talk about Baker Mayfield's MVP talks and all this. Well, these next 3 games, if Baker Mayfield can find a way to win these 3 games and go 3-0 and put the Bucs at 7-3, we're talking about MVP for Baker Mayfield. Young Deezy, what's up, man? I'm trying to cook a little bit. But remember, it goes back to probability versus possibility. Right? We literally watching the Chiefs. Chiefs are 6-0 with no real major threat on the outside, but they're 6-0. They're finding ways to win. The Chiefs are prime. The Buffalo Bills, no major receiver, no prime time receiver, but they're 5-2. Right? Eagles 4-2 with no AJ Brown for the last couple of weeks. No Devontae Smith. Like, you know what I'm saying? They're doing it. The Bengals are finding the ways to win, So it can be done. So don't give me this it's all hope is lost for the Bucs. So don't give me this, it's over for the Bucs when, well, there's other teams that are doing it. Why can't we do it? Why can't the Bucs find a way to win without their 2 best receivers? Eagles have done it. Chiefs done it. The Bills, right? The Broncos are winning with a rookie quarterback. The Commanders are winning with a rookie quarterback. You see what I'm saying? There are circumstances that can put you behind the 8 ball, but if you have it comes down to if you have a good coaching. Coaching matters. Coaching matters. Andy Reid got the Chiefs at 6-0. And that is correct, Brent. Patrick Mahomes, 6 touchdowns, 8 interceptions, and should have had more interceptions. He should have about 10, 11 interceptions. But they're winning. They're not winning chucking the ball around. They're playing really good defense with a solid running game. That's how the Bucs are going to have to win these next 3 games. Or 2 games. 2 out of the 3 on next 3 games. And luckily that the Bucs running game is pretty good. The Bucs defense is going to have to be like the Detroit Lions game. Play lights out in the red zone because they're going to give up yards. I think we most of us as Bucs fans, we can kind of expect if there's a competent quarterback, a competent OC, the Bucs defense is food. The Bucs defense, like right now, I'm gonna give y'all the stats here. Let me help y'all out so y'all can understand where I'm coming from. What the challenges that the Bucs face moving forward. The challenges that the Bucs face moving forward. Let me give y'all the offensive rankings for the Bucs. Can the Bucs win some games? Of course, but it's going to be a challenge. Right? I'm gonna help y'all out here. Right? I'm gonna help you guys out. The Bucs defense this year has been quite disappointing, to be honest with you. It's been quite disappointing. Little y'all know it's been quite disappointing. I expected better. I know we have injuries, but Todd Bowles is supposed to be the defensive guru, right? Am I right? Todd Bowles is supposed to be the defensive guru. Wait a minute. Breaking news here. Is this true that Baker Mayfield can possibly face suspension for next game for using tobacco on the sideline? Is this true? Is this true? Zinc or Zen. Is this true that could Baker Mayfield possibly face suspension for using the tobacco product on the sideline? A nicotine pouch. Did anybody hear about this? Wouldn't that be crazy? Like, what is this true? Like, let's talk about this for a second. Is this true? Could Baker Mayfield get suspended for using a nicotine product on the sideline during the game? And according to the NFL rulebook is clear. Among the types of activity that are prohibited are use of tobacco products, smokeless included, while in the bench area. In addition to the game day penalties described in this rule, the commissioner may subsequently impose independent disciplinary actions on the club and involved player up to and including suspension from the team's next game, preseason, regular season, and or postseason, whichever is applicable. Wow. Oh, wow. When it rains, it pours. Oh my goodness. It's a brand that it's a brand behind it's nicotine pouches. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, man. You got to be kidding me. Oh my gosh. Come on. Really? Are we really doing this? Are they going to really try to suspend Baker or disciplinary action behind this? Man, I mean, this is new. This is new news to me, but we'll see what happens. It's weird though, to be honest with you. But anyway, let's get back to cooking. But Todd Bowles, the Bucs defense has been very disappointing this season. Modern for Christ 30. What's up, man? He'll probably get a fine. He'll probably get fined for using it. Can't do it again though. You know what I'm saying? Can't do that again. I'll tell you that much. Um, all right. So here's the funny thing about the Bucs defense. King Cook, what's up, buddy? Happy Thursday, man. Thursday, my friend. So the Bucs defense has been the most disappointing And Todd Bowles, man, I don't know. But Antoine Bell, man, I don't know. Grizzlo, what's up, man? Bucs defense, points per game, 28th in the NFL, giving up 26 points a game. Yards per game, 386 yards, 31st in the NFL. Opponents' yards per play, 5.9 yards per play, 28th in the NFL. Opponent's third down conversion percentage, 37%, 19th in the NFL. Opponent's fourth down conversion, 68%, 26th in the NFL. Opponent's red zone scoring touchdown percentage, 53%, 13th in the NFL. Opponents' TDs per game, 2.9 TDs a game, 26th in the NFL. So, that's bad, folks. And remember, to win games and lose games, it comes down to how many points you score and how many points you don't score. So, if points per game matters, if the Bucs defense is giving up 26 points a game, as Bucs fans, we should be lucky that the Bucs are 4-3. They're 28th in the NFL in points allowed. The reason why we're 4-3 is because of the Liam Cohen and his offense. The reason why the Bucs have 4 wins is because the Bucs offense. With giving up those many points per game. Can you imagine if we didn't have a Liam Cohen at OC? The Bucs would probably be 1-6, 2-5 right now. You're 28th in the NFL in points allowed per game. It's 32 teams in the NFL. So we have to give Liam Cohen his flowers as of right now. The Bucs offensively after 7 games, 29 points per game, 4th in the NFL. Yards per game, 383 yards a game, 5th in the NFL. Yards per play, 6.1 yards per play, 5th in the NFL. Third down conversion, 50%, number 1 in the NFL on third downs. Fourth down conversion percentage, 50%, 16th in the NFL. Red zone percentage, touchdown percentage, 64%, 9th in the NFL in red zone scoring for the Bucs. Touchdown percentage. Touchdowns per game, 3.6 touchdowns per game for the Bucs, 3rd in the NFL. Y'all want to know why we 4-3? Offense. And Todd Bowles is supposed to be the defensive guru. The Bucs defensive unit has taken a step back. Now, granted, we've had injuries, but that's no excuse because the Bucs got a top 10 roster, right? Top 10 roster, right? So despite the injuries, the Bucs got a top 10 roster, top 10 GM, right? Top 5 GM, right? But yet one side of the ball is terrible. Top 10 roster, top 5 GM, right? Which means it should be a top 5 coach, top 10 coach, right? That's not the case, folks. Wake up. Todd Bowles has a ceiling, folks. It's a low ceiling. The combination of Todd Bowles and Baker Mayfield is not top 5, not top 10 at all, in nothing. When it comes to coach quarterback combos, that is not a top 10 combo. The defense is awful. And the person that's responsible for the defense being awful right now is the head coach. The only reason why the Bucs have a winning record is because of the offense. Top 5 GM, top 5, top 10 roster. How is that possible when you... Oh, man. Holy crap. I just don't understand the thought process with some of these Bucs fans. Because if your roster is good, you can overcome things like this. Top 5 coach, top 5, top 10 coach, top 10 roster, top 5 GM. How is that possible? The defense is awful. Todd Bowles is nowhere near the top 15 in coaching. I can easily pick 15 coaches in front of Todd Bowles, head coaches. The defense has taken a step back, a big step back. Let me ask you a question. Would Todd Bowles give up play calling on defense and give it to Larry Foote and focus on being the manager, being the CEO on the field? Would Todd Bowles give up responsibilities calling defensive plays? Should he? Should he do that? Because coaches that have the egos of I got to coach the team and coach the defense, or coach the team and coach the offense. Kevin Stefanski gave up play calling duties to Ken Dorsey. And there's been a multitude of coaches that have given up the play calling, head coaches have given up the play calling on their side of their specialty, their core specialty, and given it to somebody with a fresh set of eyes. The Bucs defense is so bad, even despite the fact that Antoine Winfield Jr., all pro safety, is back there. So let me give y'all the rest of the Bucs defensive stats. In particular, rush defense. Opponents run the ball 37% of the time. Fourth in the NFL, the fourth lowest in the NFL. So teams are not even really running the ball in the Bucs like that. And we'll get to that in a second. In another section. Pass defense. Anyway, opponents rushing yards. Who that for life? What's up, man? WD for life. Opponents are running the ball at a clip of 5.3 yards per carry. 30th in the NFL. Come on, Vita Vea, William Golson, and Greg Gaines, and Logan Hall. 5.3 yards per carry. And they only, can you imagine if teams ran the ball on the Bucs 45, 48% of the time? Money Man, what's up, man? You wish, what's up? They're running the ball at a clip of 37%, and they're averaging 5.3 yards per carry. And teams are not even really running the ball in the Bucs. So you want to know why? Because the Bucs pass defense, it's food. If they wanted to run the ball in the Bucs, they can. They can up this from 37% to 45% and really be gashing the Bucs really bad. Opponents run the ball 24 times a game. That's 11th in the NFL. Opponents rushing yards per game, 132, 19th in the NFL. Bucs pass defense. Opponents pass the ball against Todd Bowles, blitz heavy, 3-4 hybrid defense 62% of the time. You want to know why teams pass the ball a lot against the Bucs? Because they see the holes in Todd Bowles' defense blitzing all the time. Todd Bowles' defense has so many holes when he blitz. Because once the blitz happens, if the blitz don't get there, the Bucs are screwed. Teams are throwing the ball 62% of the time. 62% of the time they throw the ball on the Bucs defense. That is 29th in the NFL. The third, or let's see, 32nd, 34th. The fourth highest percentage in the NFL. Every team chucks the ball around on Todd Bowles' blitz-heavy defense. You want to know why? Because he blitzes a lot. And guess what? There are plays to be made, big plays to be made when he blitzes. Completion percentage, 65.92%. 65.92%. 19th in the NFL. So opponents are completing the ball 65% of the time. 60, you say 66% of the time. Opponents' yards per pass play, 7.2. 20th in the NFL. That's damn near a first down every time they throw the ball. So basically, every time they throw the ball, 2nd and 3. Opponents' pass attempts per game, 38. The fourth most in the NFL against Todd Bowles' defense. Opponents' passing yards per game, 254 yards per game, 29th in the NFL, the fourth highest yards allowed a game through the air. I'm just saying, folks. I'm just keeping it real with y'all. The Bucs pass the ball. So the Bucs run the ball 42% of the time. The Bucs pass the ball 57% of the time. So the run game percentage is I thought the run game percentage was going to be a little bit more higher than 42%. I thought it was going to be more like 45 to 47% running the ball. But this is funny thing. Look at the Bucs run statistics right here. Right, check this out. The Bucs run the ball 42% of the time, 20th in the NFL. Rushing yards per carry, 5 yards a carry, 5th in the NFL. The Bucs are averaging 5 yards a carry, 5th in the NFL, and they only run the ball 42% of the time. What are we doing here? What is Liam call? Bruh, you're running the ball 5 yards a pop, running the gap scheme. He's not running the zone scheme or the power scheme or the outside zone scheme. He's running a gap scheme, and it's 5 yards a pop. 5th in the NFL. Why are we running the ball only 42% of the time? You feel me? 5 yards a pop, and we run the ball 42% of the time. You can't make this up. You can't. They run the ball 26 carries a game, 18th in NFL. Rushing yards per game, 135 yards per game, 8th in the NFL. Can you imagine? Let's put this in perspective. The Bucs can really average about $180 a game if they increase the percentage. If Liam Cohen raises the percentage from 42% rushes per game to 48% rushes per game of the plays called, if he ranks that average up to 48%, the Bucs can literally average $180 a game, $180 a game on the ground. Easy. 5 yards a carry? Come on, man. Come on, man. Stop me if I'm lying. The Bucs are shortchanging themselves in the running game. They only running the ball 42% of the time. That needs to be like 47, 48%. And they can, to be honest with you, if they did that, I think the Bucs can have a top 3 run game. I think they might be number 1 in the NFL running the ball. At least number 2 or 3. If they increase the run percentage, the rush play percentage. The Bucs can literally average $180 a game if they wanted to, at least $160, and be top 3 in the NFL running the ball, which hasn't happened in Bucs in the last 15 years. When the last time we sat here since I started the channel and we said the Bucs running game is top 10? It's crazy. 135 yards a game, 8th in the NFL, and the Bucs will not run the ball more. But Baker Mayfield chucked the ball around. What? Now, guess what? You can't do it now for these next 3 games. You can't do that. You can't chuck the ball around these next 3 games. You have to play ball control now, Liam Cohen. Matthew Miller in the building. Ball control offense now, Liam Cohen. Yeah, we got to run the ball now. Got to. And now in the next 3 games, the passing offense will take a hit, right? The passing offense is top 10 in multiple categories. Pass play percentage. The Bucs throw the ball 57% of the time. 13th in the NFL. Completion percentage. Baker is at 70% completion percentage, 3rd in NFL. A lot of that is dinking and donkinish too. A lot of the Bucs. Is it me or the Bucs spam a lot of screens? Is it me or they spam a lot of screens with Bucky, Cade Otton, Godwin, Rachaad White? Do they spam a lot of screens? Is it me or they spam a lot of screens? Yards per pass attempt, 7.9 per attempt, 6th in the NFL. Pass plays per game, 33 attempts per game, 9th in the NFL. Big Buck, what up, man? Yards, passing yards per game, 240 yards per game, 7th in the NFL. The Bucs do spam a lot of screens. The Bucs have turned into a yak team, which is pretty dope. But they do spam a lot of screens, though. They spam a lot of screens, which explains why Baker Mayfield's completion percentage is 70%. Because if I had to go back and do a breakdown of every pass attempt, I'm willing to take a bet that over 70% of his passing attempts is less than 5 yards. But I would say less than 6 yards. The Bucs got some challenges. They do. Godwin is out for the season with a dislocated ankle. It's been confirmed. It's been confirmed. Out for the season. Exactly, Mopar Buck. See, Mike Evans has his impact in this offense has taken a vastly great hit because Mike Evans is not a yak receiver. He's never been a yak guy. He's been a down the field, 15 yards, 20 yards down the field type receiver, which creates interception opportunities. Chris Godwin fits this offense really good. Rachaad White, Chris Godwin, Bucky Irvin, they fit the offense a lot better than Mike Evans. This explains why Chris Godwin's numbers looks really good. Eli Grant, what's up, man? Chris Godwin out for the season. But yeah, Mike Evans, this offense is not designed for him. Mike Evans is basically the red zone guy. In between the 20s is Chris Godwin. But Chris Godwin's pretty good in the red zone. But Chris Godwin, the offense fits him a lot better. And exactly, it's the Cooper Kupp role. But here's the thing about it, folks. Let's put this in context here. Chris Godwin playing the Cooper Kupp role. So if you look at Cooper Kupp and his history with the Rams system with Sean McVay, it wore him down. It wore him down. Then as you look at Cooper Kupp now, very injury prone. Look at Puka Nacua, injury prone, because in that style of offense, your receiver is overused. Which explains why Cooper Kupp has been nicked up these last 3 years, because you become a high usage player in this system if you in the slot. It's designed for slot receivers, quick running backs that can catch the ball. Rachaad White, Bucky Irvin. I think Jalen McMillan can be really good in this offense because of his speed. Trey Palmer. But if you're an outside guy, this scheme is not for you. You're going to be basically a red zone guy. This is why Mike Evans most likely probably won't reach 1,000 yards. Now, when he comes back, it's still going to be a challenge for him in between the 20s. Yes, Baker Mayfield is in between the hash thrower. He's not an outside thrower. That's not his game. Just look at his passing chart. Baker Mayfield is inside the hashes, inside the number thrower, and teams are starting to pack that middle up. Baker Mayfield should have had about 4 or 5 interceptions against the Ravens. Literally. That game should have read 3 touchdowns, 4 interceptions, or 3 touchdowns, 5 interceptions. Teams are going to really make it hard on Baker Mayfield now because the timing with McMillan and Palmer is not going to be there. Anyway, let me give y'all. Remember when I was screaming about the pass rush win rate? Remember when I was screaming about that? I was screaming left and right about that. The Bucs, as a unit, the Bucs as a unit, we're talking about the front seven here. Moving forward, the Bucs going to have major problems. The Bucs need to get some defensive linemen. They need to maybe go get an impact for defensive linemen. I don't know. The Bucs pass rush win rate, 22nd in the NFL at 39%. '22nd in the NFL. Pass rush win rate, 22nd in the NFL. But let some of you folks tell the Bucs D line is fine. 22nd in the NFL. Pass rush win rate. And we saw it on display against the Ravens. Kirk Cousins is going to have a field day again. Run stopping win rate. The Bucs are 29th in the NFL at 28%. Let me repeat. Run stopping win rate. The Bucs are 29th in the NFL at 28%. They don't stop the run at all, and they can't rush the passer. What's going on here, Jason Light? This is why Vita is a nose tackle. He's not a defensive tackle. He's a nose tackle. I don't put him in the category of the Dexter Lawrences, the Jeffrey Simmons, the Jalen Carters, the Grady Jarretts. I don't put him there. I would never put him there because he's not that type of player. The Allie McNeil, the Cam Hayward. I'm not putting him there. The Quentin Williams, the Leonard Williams, the Jared Reed, Jerron Reed. I'm not putting him there. I'm not putting him in the defensive tackle category because he's not. That's not his game. His game is to be a run stuffer. And look at the Bucs run stuffing win rate percentage. It is 29th in the NFL. So what is going on here? Why can't the Bucs stop the run defensively? Greg Gaines, Logan Hall, Joe Triasto-Inca, Yaya Diaby. Our D-line is not good. Even with Vita, it's not good. It's not good. I've seen some plays where Vita get blocked one-on-one. Vita will give you a couple plays a game. Go watch the tape, folks. Go watch the tape. Vita will give you a couple of explosive plays a game, but he's not consistent. This is why I do not put him in the category with the Chris Joneses. I'm not putting him in that category. He's never been in that category to me. The Fletcher Cox, that type of category. I'm not putting him there. Brayton Frisk. Did y'all know Brayton Frisk, the rookie D lineman for the Rams, is like top 15 in pass rush. What do they call it? Quarterback hurries. Brayton Frisk is really good. I remember I talked about him in the draft. Brayton Frisk is pretty good. Rushing the passer as a D tackle. He's going to be really good when he learns how to finish. Jared Versey, really good. Both of them for the Rams are really good. Kobe Turner are really good. I'm very shocked that Brayton Frisk is this good. He gets to the quarterback. He hurries the quarterback a lot. This is the D lineman we need. The Travis Jones, the Brayton Frisk, the Carl Brooks, the Jeffrey Simmons. We don't need just big, bulky guys to stop the run. We need guys to get to the quarterback. Brayton Frisk is really good. The Alec McNeils, the Dexter Lawrences. We need guys like that. Not the Greg Gaines and the William Golsons. Look, Kalijah Clancy, he's going to be a solid player, but he struggles. He struggles. Like, go watch the tape, folks. Kalijah Clancy, he gives you a couple of explosive plays when he gets leverage. But consistently, I'm watching the tape, Kalijah Clancy goes empty sometimes, a lot of the times. And then from an outside, like William Golson doesn't give us really anything. Greg Gaines doesn't give us really anything rushing the passer. So when those guys are in and the pass play is called, we're not getting to the quarterback. We have to blitz to get to the quarterback. So then you look at Joe Stoinka. He's reached his limit. Logan Hall, 2 sacks a couple games ago, and haven't heard from him since. I'm still going to say I'll take Travis Jones any day over Logan Hall. Carl Brooks, Travis Jones, I'm going to take those guys any day. Okay. Yaya Diaby, he's been struggling. You seen Travis Jones, King Cook? You seen Travis Jones. I know. I do this. I seen Travis Jones. I seen him. Not just the game against the Bucs. Just watch him throughout the season. Travis Jones has been playing. He's actually gotten way better. Travis Jones has been that he's been getting better. He's going to become a pretty good sack guy, getting about 8-9 sacks a game. A season. Travis Jones is getting there. He's progressing more. He's progressing as an overall player. He's not just like every 4 or 5 games I'm gonna show up. Okay. The Bucs defense is not good, folks. Oh, the defensive line. Looks like we're going to have to draft that again, and I don't mind. But the Bucs got issues on that D-line, like big time. Linebacker and KJ Britt, man. I hate to say this, but what does he do good? Will the Bucs make a trade? I'm not a big PFF fan, but did y'all know PFF got KJ Britt ranked 85th out of 85 linebackers? Did y'all know that? '85th out of 85 out of 85 when it comes to linebackers. PFF, and I'm not a PFF guy. If PFF got you that low, that's a problem. Could 85th out of 85. 85 out of 85. Yeah, Devin White signed with the Texans. Yeah, yeah, that is true, Matthew Miller. But yeah, Levante David is getting slow. Mark, Will Mark 813. Yeah, Levante David, yeah, he's dropped off a bit, man. He's still good. Don't get me wrong. He's still a top 15 linebacker, but you can see the drop off of Levante David. You can see it. He's slow to react in some areas, and you knew this was coming, so I'm not even mad at that. I'm not even tripping on that. Now, what's next for the Bucs? Yeah, they got him doing too much. We don't have a linebacker to try to take the ease off of him. They don't have a linebacker that can help Levante David kind of ease him, like kind of like save him a little bit. We got a line. He's doing too much. Yeah, Savasi Eden is still injured. That was one of the things about him in the draft profile. He's kind of small, so he might get injured quicker. He is small. Bucks game 101 with a super chat. The word is we're trying to trade for Cooper Cup. How do you feel about that? I don't like it. I don't like it. Yeah, Savasi Dennis out for the season. That's one of the reasons why he went late in the draft because he's injury prone. He's small, so that hurts the Bucks too. So we don't have any speed at linebacker. The Bucks didn't draft. They didn't focus on getting a linebacker. Yeah, so Savasi Dennis, man, not surprised. I mean, he got hurt. You know what I'm saying? And he can't recover, man. He's small linebacker. That was one of the knocks on Savasi Dennis. Small linebacker, probably going to get hurt. So what's next for the Bucs with the Falcons preview? Falcons preview. I got the Bucs winning this game, but it's gonna be a struggle. I had a splitting with the Falcons 1-1, so I got to stay with my prediction there. I got the Bucs beating the Falcons in a tough, close game, low scoring game. Now that we know missing Evans and Godwin, it's gonna be a low scoring game. Dada, what's up, man? Let me open up the locker room. Let me hear what you guys got to say about the challenges moving forward for the Bucs and the Falcons game preview. Um, yeah, Sam Darnold resurrect his career. Still don't believe him, but it can happen with quarterbacks, man. Baker Mayfield, Geno Smith, Sam Darnold. You can resurrect your career, man. You get with the right coach, the right scheme. Oh, let me bring this up right quick. This a funny. This is funny how the NFL works, how the NFL functions. Baker Mayfield, the first pick of the draft, and what 2017, 18ish, 17, 18, by the Cleveland Browns. Cleveland Browns drafted Baker Mayfield number 1. In 2015, the Bucs drafted Jameis Winston number 1. Years later, fast forward years later, Baker Mayfield is playing for the Bucs, former number 1 pick of the Browns, playing for the Bucs, starting quarterback for the Bucs. It got announced by Kevin Stefanski that Jameis Winston will be starting for the Browns this Sunday against the Ravens. The irony, ain't it ironic? Think about this. Baker with the Bucs and Winston with the Browns. Who would have thought that was going to happen? Yeah, Baker and Lamar, same draft class, 2017, I believe. And Lamar Jackson is leaps and bounds better than Baker Mayfield. Not even close. Not even in the same breath. Baker Mayfield is with the Bucs and Winston is with the Browns starting. That's crazy. Who would have saw? Nobody saw that coming. Nobody saw that coming. What up, man? What up, Black man? What's going on with you, man? What's going on with you, man?
What's going on, bro? I got a serious question for you and everybody in the chat. All right, a lot of the players who are now like vets were younger guys when y'all won when y'all winning. Do y'all think that maybe that was a little bad for them? Like for them, I guess, to have a feeling of like they made it. They don't need to like work on their game to get better at this or get better at the little things.
That's a good question. Okay, so give me a little bit more. Give me a little bit more with that. I need a little bit more meat.
All right. Devin White, prime example. I thought Devin White was gonna come in, learn under Levante David. We see how that panned out. Vita Vea, like you was stating earlier, he's more of like a run stuffer. Mm-hmm. So what I'm saying is a lot of the young players, like I don't know, I'm just asking y'all a question. Like, do y'all think that the early success really like, I don't want to say cripple, but kind of crippled them to thinking that they were already there, that they don't need to like work on their game to get better at this, that, and the third?
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So
you understand what I'm saying?
Early success with the Tom Brady era.
Right.
Has it made the Bucs become overachievers than what they really are, basically a average to below average team. But being that Brady got here, it gave them a sense of we are really above what we really are.
Right.
Okay, so with Devin White, Devin White is a good example. Devin White, he always been an athletic linebacker, but his knock on him was the ability to finish plays and diagnose plays, pass coverage. And of course, it was overshadowed because Todd Bowles' defense can cover some of those things because it's a multi-facet hybrid defense, 3-4 defense, right?
Right.
So the early success with Devin White was basically play free. But when it came down to, okay, now you got to start understanding the game from an intellectual standpoint and take some of the pressure off of Levante David, he couldn't do it.
Right.
He
Now,
reverted back to what he really is.
Now, out of those young players, the only two that I really see like excelling and going above and beyond, Winfield Jr. and Tristan Wirfs.
Mm-hmm.
I could tell like they really like perfected their craft and got better as as the season progressed and as their career progressed. But Vita Vea, I mean, he still got a lot of potential. I just hate to see like a player with that much impact early in his career just. I don't want to say kind of fall off, but it's like he hasn't reached like that next level of like dominance that he could. See what I'm saying?
That is true. Now Vita has, I at this point, I think he's reached his ceiling.
Right.
Like I don't think what people was hoping for, and I was hoping for, that he shed some weight, get down to about 330, 325, maybe 335, and get us some more sacks, right? But he's never made the jump. Like I think now that high in sight, looking back at it, I think Vita reached his ceiling 2 years ago.
Right. Exactly. That's the point I was making. That's the point I was making. Now I do like y'all young running backs. Y'all got what his name is, Sean Tucker.
Mm-hmm.
That I seen that boy in preseason. I'm like, oh, that ball gonna be a problem. That ball gonna be a problem for real.
He was one of the guys when he got drafted. I had the Bucs picking him, and actually, I did a pre-draft and that draft class a couple years ago. I hit on like 4 or 5 on as far as the actual picks. That was, I was surprised. I actually I had the Bucs getting Sean Tucker, Yaya Diaby, Trey Palmer, Payne Durham. Like I was shocked to get that many players hit. But Sean Tucker was always been good. The knack on him was he had a heart condition.
Oh, I never knew that.
That's why he went undrafted.
I have one more question for you, Brian. I'm gonna let y'all go ahead and handle family business. But do you think that has like something to do with maybe like the people that's in the building as far as like player personnel development, stuff like that?
Our player personnel, like development wise, I think if, like you said, to go back to the Winfield Jr., the Tristan Wirfs, they was already at a high level coming into to the team, so you didn't have to really get on them like hard and develop.
Yeah, they had it in them already, right?
They already had it in them. With the Winfield Jr., his dad played in the NFL. Tristan Wirfs coming from an offensive line factory in Iowa, so they were already high level players coming on the team, right? As far as the rest of the guys like being developed, the Bucs have done a okay job overall, but there's some areas that they haven't done well in: defensive line, rushing the passer, special teams, impact, interior linemen, stuff like that. So they have missed as far as the development on certain areas. Not having a linebacker ready for life after Levante David, they have kind of dropped the ball on that. A cornerback situation has been kind of like in flux, really. So the development wise, they've done an okay job, but they could have, if they would have drafted better, they wouldn't have to reach so hard to try to get these guys to play well above what they really are.
Now this goes to another thing. Do you think that is something to do with like these players not fitting the scheme? They're reaching for certain players in the draft to try to fix a problem that they have. Like, what you think it is?
What they did, in my opinion, they reached in a couple of players. Logan Hall, Joe Tryon-Stoinka, 2 defensive linemen or outside linebacker defensive linemen. And the scheme that the Todd Bowles like to run, he wants guys fast and athletic, right? But it comes with a detriment of not being able to have a strong point.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like Joe Tryon-Stoinka is irrelevant rushing the passer. He can't beat one-on-ones. He's not an impact player. And as far as his run stuffing ability is not good either. And then Logan Hall, this is his first year. He's actually really kind of done something, but it was only really one game. So those two guys, Joe Tryon-Stolinka was the 32nd pick, and then Logan Hall was the 33rd pick. So those are two picks that's supposed to be impactful players, and they're not.
Right,
and
right.
It hurt the scheme that Todd Bowles runs, because if those guys were developed as better pass rushers, this defensive unit will be a lot better. The pass defense will be a lot better. But unfortunately, those two guys, those were bad miss.
Right. I see what you're saying. I see exactly what you're saying. Now y'all do have, I think his name number 0 or
Yaya Diaby.
Now what about, I think the other guy y'all drafted this year, if I'm not mistaken.
So like Braswell's a project. We're drafting projects. What point I'm making, right? We drafting guys that we got to develop, but do we have the personnel, or do we have the coaching staff to develop those guys to get better, right?
Right.
They're not, because those guys are not coming in already. Oh man, he's going to be impactful, like a Jared Versey or Brayton Frisk or Travis Jones. You know what I'm saying? These guys, they came in right away impactful, but we got to develop Chris Braswell. We got to get Yaya Diaby some more moves and get more flexible.
Right.
We got to motivate Logan Hall. We got to get Joe Tryon-Stolinka to be a little bit more better finisher and rush the passer. They gotta dig deep for those guys.
Now hold on, correct me if I'm wrong, but did y'all draft the guy who they was comparing to be the next Aaron Donald?
Kalaji Clancy.
Yeah. He's still y'all drafted him, right? He's injured.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. He's injured or he's
undersized defensive lineman. Aaron Donald clone, but he's not even in the same category.
Right.
Not even close. Just watching the tape as of right now. Not saying that he's never going to be, but he's not even close to being Aaron Donald in his rookie year. Not even. I mean, in his second year. Not even close.
Well, like
so, time will tell if that was a reach.
Right. It takes some players a little while to get up to speed with everything. You know, that's why I was asking you about certain players. I think maybe like the 2 to maybe 3 years around the time where Brady got there and y'all started winning. That's why I was asking you about those players there, because a lot of them boys was good when y'all went on that run. The defense held it down, but I don't know. Like a lot of them boys just started falling off. I don't know what happened.
Well, a lot of factors, a lot of variables playing into that. Scheme, confidence, injuries. What are they doing in the off season? And we don't know these things, but the results show on the field.
They do.
If you can't stay healthy, then like Kalaji Clancy, calf injury 2 years in a row. So last year, his rookie season, he missed like first 4 games. And then this year, he missed like the first 4 or 5 games this year with the same injury. Like, what?
Right.
Like, what are we doing here?
Obviously, you ain't doing something right.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then he has to overcompensate for being small. So he's the type of player that's going to give you splash plays.
Right.
So you can't expect him to be a Jeffrey Simmons, a Leonard Williams, because he's small. He's going to get washed a lot.
Right. Couple players here and there. Right.
Yeah, he's going to get washed. But then also, it's like the boomer bust. He's going to give you great explosive plays. He did it last year in the Detroit game in the playoffs. But then there's periods of time where you don't even hear his name called.
Mm-hmm. Go missing.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's all I wanted to ask you, bro. I'm gonna let y'all, like I said, handle y'all family, but I'm gonna still be in the chat, though. Appreciate your time, bro.
It, man. Hey, man, get your team together, man.
Oh yeah, hey. No, I can't say too much, bro. Cause we got our own stuff we're dealing with right now.
Right.
All right, my G.
All right, man. Grizzlo, man, what's up, man?
What's
if
up?
You want to get my bad. Sorry for a second. Let me say this. If you want to get in the locker room, do your one-on-one, click on the link and feel free to come in and be on and waiting your turn. I got the link in the chat, so click on it if you want to wait. Burn the whole defense. Stay in there. I'm gonna get to you. Go ahead, Grizzlo.
Yo, I was just listening to what y'all were saying, and they like stuck with me too. Like I'm kind of in like the Twitter community of the Bucs, hit or miss. They're not as bad as the Facebook people, but they could be up there. And one of the things like I've been seeing is like the people are like, well, it's the players, like they can't do like what Todd Bowles like wants them to do. And I'm just like sitting here thinking like how you were going over it, like how many of these players have had like Todd Bowles had a hand in drafting them, you know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like, it's not like BA or anything was just like, okay, Todd, I'm going to get you this player. You have like no say in it. Like, no, that's obviously like definitely wasn't the case. And now he's been head coach for 3 years. So like all these defensive starters are like from him. These are the guys he picked. So is he like picking people that need to take like 3+ years to finally like get it together? Like, why is it not impact players?
Well, when you drafting players, you don't want all of them to be a 2 or 3 year project. You just don't. That's just not because you'll get passed up by other teams. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because other teams might be getting impactful players like Brayton Frisk and Jerry Versey right away. You see what I'm saying? And meanwhile, you got Logan Hall and Joe Tryon-Stolinka year 3 and year 4, and they're not even better than Brayton Frisk and Jerry Versey.
They haven't even like gone up like at all since their first year. Like there's no steady progression.
Right. So when you miss and other teams the following year get a better player in the same position, and the year after that, and then the year after that. So there's rookies better than Logan Hall and Joe Tryon right now.
Yeah.
So that sets the
Tryon didn't even play a full year in college either. We didn't even go over that. The year that we drafted him, I don't even think he played that year.
The entire season.
Yeah. Like,
so it's just a dangerous game that the Bucs have played, expecting they were looking at the projection. They weren't looking at the right now, like, oh, he's got to be good right now, SEC passer. They were just like, oh, he got the length, height, weight, speed guy, you know. And Zion McCullough is an exception, right? That he got drafted 5th round, and it took him like a couple years to develop, and he's developed into a better player. Yeah. But that's not the norm, if that makes sense. A lot of your starters are going to come in the first 3 rounds.
I don't think Todd Bowles' coaching tenure from Miami he was head coach for Miami for like a couple of games, but then to the Jets and then to here, I don't think he's ever like developed like a player like that guy. You know what I mean? I can't recall any player. I can't recall a player like in the Bulls defense like aside from like Winfield, like whatever. But those are like the hits. But the like a player that like he's like developed after a certain amount of years. Right. I can't recall that. And it's just like, how long does he have to wait? Because you're this so-called defensive guru, but your defense is last. And it's I
wouldn't say last. They're bottom 5 in a lot of major categories.
Yeah, bottom 5. And it's just like every week you talk about communication issues. It's just, and it's been every week for the past 3 years. It's been communication issues. So is it like and it's like he's obviously never gonna throw players under the bus. Right. So he's gonna say like what he should tell the media, you know, PR first. But at some point, it's like it can't be the players, because these are the guys you drafted. So these are like your people. It's not like it's like you're taking over from like the previous tenure because you've been here since 2019. Mm-hmm. So you've drafted since 2019 these players.
Here's another prime example, right? That the Bucs, you know, kind of like sometimes to a detriment, the Bucs can be too conservative. Like Andrew Van Winkle, the former Miami player, Minnesota picked him up. Van Winkle, very versatile guy, can play linebacker and rush the passer. Really good rushing the passer too. The Vikings picked him up. Impact, boom. You don't think the Bucs could have used him? Of course. You know, it's like the Bucs can be conservative to a degree where it's like, damn, you're just too conservative on certain people. Like, you just go get Andrew Van Winkle or Nyakwe. Go get him.
When has Jason Light ever like traded like in the season too? Like, there's never been like, he's never gone out and got someone. He like waits till free agency. Granted, it did work in 2020, but that's like a once in a lifetime, you know, type of thing. Like, there's never going to be like that good of a quarterback just out there. Like, that's just never going to happen.
Right. Like, Todd Bowles, the bigger picture here, Todd Bowles is 21-20 as a head coach.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how to spell it out for Bucs fans. I don't know what they're expecting. Like, my expectation is not super high with Todd Bowles.
No.
It's just not. And I'm not trying to be, negative. Well,
no, you have a lot of years to back it up. Like, there's never been a year where he's been like I think one record with the Jets, 10-6, and the rest.
But that was Rex Ryan's roster though.
Exactly.
After that, it was 5-11, 5-11. You know what I'm saying? So there is no evidence. It's like there's no real concrete evidence that Todd Bowles is going to take us to the next level. There's nothing there. And it's like I'm not hoping. I didn't look at it from a hope perspective, because that's not how I think. I didn't think from a hope perspective as like Todd Bowles is going to elevate this team to a whole nother level. Todd Bowles, for us to succeed with Todd Bowles, Todd Bowles is going to have multiple high-level players in positions.
Yeah.
We're not going to win a lot of games, or we're not going to get to where we want to get to with just Todd Bowles coaching.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So we're limited there, and then you combine that with Baker Mayfield. That is not a great combination. Now, if you put Baker Mayfield with Kevin O'Connell, a Sean McVay, Andy Reid, those type of coaching, then you could say, well, we can go to the next level. But Todd Bowles is going to hold the team back.
Yeah.
Look at the Bucs offense. The Bucs offense is doing very well passing and running the ball. When the last time as Bucs fans we can say that? It was always the Bucs passed the ball well. Going all the way back to 2015, it's always passed the ball well.
Yeah.
For the first time in 10 years, 11 years since the Doug Martin season in 2016, I believe. I'm sorry, that's 8 years ago. 8 years ago. 8 straight years up until this year, it's been Bucs run game is bottom 5. And nobody talked about it. Yeah. Even in our Super Bowl year, the Bucs run game wasn't great.
No.
It wasn't great at all. But it got covered up because the Bucs won Super Bowl, Tom Brady, super friends, the massive upgrade at left tackle.
The passing was just too good to mask it.
Right. The massive upgrade with Tristan Wirfs at right tackle, the massive upgrade at safety. All the players that scored in the Super Bowl was not on the Bucs the prior years. It's people don't even look at just dig deep. Stop looking at just the one player upgrade. It was literally several people got upgraded.
Yeah. So that, like I said, that's like a once in a lifetime. Like all these good players are just out there. Like when do you actually ever get an Antonio Brown or Rob Gronkowski and a Tom Brady on the same team? Like that's just
it's not even just that, but you get those guys and you hit on 2 picks, first round, second round pick, immediate top 5 players at the position.
Yeah,
that's rare.
Yeah,
that was rare what the Bucs did in 2020.
Really a fairy tale season.
You draft a rookie right tackle, well, actually a rookie that played left tackle at Iowa. You move him to right tackle, he's a top 5 right tackle right away. You draft a safety for Minnesota, undersized cornerback because he played cornerback in Minnesota, but you draft it and you turn him into a safety, immediately top 5 safety. On top of the Antonio Brown, the Rob Gronkowski, the Ryan Suckup, Tom Brady, the Leonard Fournette. That's crazy. That's not happening.
Nope. That it is really insane to think about. The also too like what you're saying, Todd Bowles is and it's more him than anything. He gets in his own way a lot, and he doesn't learn. He doesn't learn from anything, because when the Ravens game or whatever. You know how many screens they were calling every time he blitzed? He did not blitz anymore. He kept blitzing and blitzing and blitzing. And they just called a screen every time he knew. And the thing that I saw that one of the Twitter guys that I followed, he called out too, is so that first series that we had those 2 sacks, that was our starting D-line. Then for 2 series or 3 series straight, we never got our starting D-line out there ever again until way later on. And it's I get you got to rest guys, but for 2 to 3 series, that doesn't make any sense to me. Why are your backups out there? Because in college, it's easier to do that because there's a lot of dogs, and you can start that second player and have little to no drop off. But in NFL, there's a big difference between first string and second string. And when you have your second string guys out there, especially against the Ravens, how are you supposed to do anything? How are you supposed to stop the run and get pressure when you have Braswell and William Golston as 2 up front?
All right.
It doesn't that right there just doesn't make any sense to me, because yes, Embiid shredded pounds this offseason. As you can see, he got a little smaller, and you would think that would equip to maybe him playing a little bit more. But for some reason, after a series, the D-line people needed rest for multiple guys at a time. But these impact players Myles Garrett and them, they don't sit out for that long. They're always in there, and it's our guys play 50% of the snaps, and then the second string on that D-line plays the other 50%. I just feel
that's what happens when you have high-level players. They can play at a high level a lot.
Yeah. I think that's been our biggest detriment is the rotational step back, because you can tell the difference when the first string is out there, but we got to make sure the second string plays honestly, it feels more so than than others, because like after that first drive, like it fell apart because you saw the second string guys and they're not going to get home. Rarely ever they're ever going to get home, especially against like Lamar. Like it's just it just baffles me.
Braswell had a clear sack and he didn't realize that Lamar Jackson is not Matthew Stafford. he's not Jared Goff.
He's like, oh, he moved.
But yeah,
like that. Like you said, we're not going to go anywhere with Bowles, and like logical Bucs fans know that. So we just gotta ride it out because he's not that coach. He, like you said, tier 3 coach. He's not gonna get us over that hump by like top tier level. We need like a young dude at the head coaching position, preferably like an offensive mind guy, because that's really like where it goes. That's where the strong teams are. It's just those type of dudes. And unfortunately, Todd Bowles' defense, like, I don't know if it's like super duper complex and that's why the players like just can't communicate like what they're doing, or he's just drafting the wrong guys for it. And he just can't hit on like a draft like at all.
Well, I'll close this out and get somebody else in. We'll come back at the very end, do a round table. But we got to get some high level players on that D line.
Yeah,
there's no way around it. We have to get Brayton Frisks, a Jared Verses, a Latua. We have to get these high level Jalen Carter. We got to get these type of guys on the line, or we're just going to be just doing this conversation every year.
Yeah, SEC guys, none of that small school crap that we be doing every year.
I mean, Braswell, look, he's a project, right?
Yeah,
but we got to stop doing that. We got to stop drafting projects.
Yeah, these people ain't drafting I mean, yeah, like Patrick Mahomes had like a year, but all these guys, like, they're making a statement now, their first year. Meanwhile, we got to wait like 3 years down the line when he might not even be the coach anymore. And now another coach has to come in and deal with the guys that like sat for that long trying to figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I just don't understand. Like, Todd Bowles does not have that job security to be doing that. You know what I mean?
Right.
But yeah, I'll let you go get someone else in here. But that's just like my piece on it. Like, I'm just like at that point where it's like, we just got to get a new coach in there at that point. It's just how it's going to be, because we know what we got. We get an 8-9, 9-8 season. That's our ceiling. Our average is our ceiling. That's crazy to me to say that.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it just blows my mind. But yeah, I'll let you go get someone else in here. But that was my take. Appreciate you letting me join.
No problem, man.
See you.
Burn the whole defense, man. Oh, that was you, okay.
I had to change it from the 51 wings and fries. But let me ask you something. You say, I think that was who that. He said we think the young players having success and not developing. This is my problem. The D-line is always bad to me, because who are they actually learning from? Where is the elite talent that they are going to develop and turn into what they're supposed to be? Like this project with Braswell and even Yaya. The Brady era, we had good talent. So these guys could learn from vets that's been won already. They know what to do, what not to do. We don't have that. So it's a spinning cycle at this point with the defense. Who we like to pick. I've been saying this for a while about Bowles. I think I'm probably one of the few that said I think he's overrated. I think the splash plays when the game matters the most has gotten him some flowers that he probably didn't deserve, because, I don't think that man has ever had a lights out defense game in, game out.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he had that for the Jets. You had something that Rex Ryan already had, though. But I don't think he had a defense that was just top in something all year long. I'm not going to give him credit for the run defense, because we already had some guys here, and that's kind of what the Bucs, kind of what they like to do. We draft to stop the run because of what we've had to deal with in our division. So I'm not going to give him credit for that. I'm not giving you credit for Winfield, because like you said, he came here good already. I don't know where the credit is to give you. We gave you credit for Devin White. You drafted a 4.3 speed sideline to sideline middle linebacker, but I'm under I'm one of the ones that don't think LSU produces good linebackers anyway. So that was a trash pick to begin with. Yeah, I don't know. Bowles at this point, I think, is probably being looked at as he's the anchor to the team as far as keeping us at the shore. I think it's pretty obvious. Nobody had the offense outplaying the defense. No Buck fan predicted that at all.
That's true.
No, I mean, it's the run game being where it's at, none of it. Baker Mayfield playing how he's playing, none of it. So I don't know, man. This is what I'm looking at. We'll win this Friday, and then it'll go downhill. Baker Mayfield, now you eating tobacco on the sideline. The man is going to try to play hero ball with unknown receivers. I tried to tell Pewter Report, they weren't trying to listen. I'm like, y'all don't think teams about to blitz the piss out of us, bro. They're finna load that box. We got small running backs, so that's about to go downhill. The receivers don't get separation. They're good, but they're not going to get. You think Jalen McMillan is about to, basically eat on a number one cornerback? Some of these number ones, nah. Man, this weekend that man is going to be lined up on AJ Terrell.
I think AJ Terrell will probably get on Sterling Shepard because that's going to be Baker's go-to guy.
Well,
no chemistry with Palmer and McMillan.
Yeah. I mean, you could be right. Yeah, I guess you could. I mean, I guess you're right.
I mean, he's gonna go to who he's comfortable with.
I don't even think Sterling Shepard is durable to be the number one.
He's never been that. No.
No, I'm talking about durable. He's good.
No, I'm saying he's never been that type of guy that we can just go to him.
Yeah, like I just feel like, okay, he might give us a good game or two, but that man has had injuries tear his career up. That's what it was with the Giants. Him and Darius Slayton. That was the problem with them two. ACLs, hamstrings. So I don't know, man.
He'll give you some plays here and there, but he's not dependable. You can't depend on him for an entire game to carry the offense through the air. So that means the run game is going to have to really become. I mean, they ranked number 8. It's going to have to become number 3.
Yeah. I seen someone say, "Hey, should we move Rashad White to the flex? I mean, not the flex, the slide." I think so. I mean, he's a receiver. You're going to have to do something with them 3 dudes. I mean, well, not this weekend because Bucky is not playing. He got a toe injury.
Yeah,
so he's not playing.
That was a concern about Bucky as far as his stature, his frame will cause him to be nicked up.
Yeah.
And it's happening. Like, I'm not surprised. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, this is going to happen with him because he's small.
Yep. Explosive dude, just little. I mean, maybe that means, Tucker gets the burn that he needs. I do think Tucker needs to it looks like Tucker is the overall better pure rusher of the football, and Bucky is just that explosive,
Yeah, but Bucky would never be an RB1. No, even though I wanted him to be a start, like I wanted Bucky to be RB1, but that was just emotions, right? I mean,
I like him. I like him.
Thinking, but you can't line him up 20, 25 carries a game. He's going to be hurt entirely. Sean Tucker's the bigger back, and more, I don't know. Is he more explosive?
I think he's the better rusher. When I sit back and I really watch them, because when I watch, it may appear that way because he has to be not you say it, Buckos, because he's faster than him. He ran if I'm not mistaken, I think he's in the 4.3s. I don't know if somebody know in the chat. So naturally, I think he is going to be more explosive, and he had the better rush numbers, if I'm not mistaken, coming out of Syracuse to begin with. So over Bucky, but like I said, Bucky's just one of them. I think it's just the name, the fans. He a good dude. I got his jersey already. but it's looking like Sean Tucker might need to rush the ball more. Just me personally. And I think they need to see. I need to see this week what Hakeem Jarrett, he should be fully healthy. I think he's the best receiver we got to actually replace the Chris Godwin role. That 200+ pound receiver, because I think another thing that's going to be a drop off too that people aren't talking about when you say, hey, the run game, Chris Godwin is involved in that. Go check out some of that man's his run blocking, Chris Godwin on some of the run plays and screens and stuff, man. Like there's some dirty work that Chris Godwin do that's about to be missed, and now rookie receivers are going to have to be blocking. But yeah, I just I'm watching. To everybody that's saying, hey, we need to make trades. So Myles Garrett and all that other stuff, look, man, I don't believe this team should do nothing until if they can't beat Atlanta, we don't need to do nothing. Because if you go out and you give all this trade capital, all this draft capital up, and then you still end up losing division, well, Jason Light ain't got the best track record with certain things. That's all we need is to put him in a bind with other picks. Now, you didn't gave up good picks. We didn't make it no way. But at the same time, we do need somebody like a Myles Garrett on the line to be able to actually show these dudes how to actually get to the quarterback. There is no sack artist on the D line, so they just think they cold in practice, and they really not. That's what's tripping me out about these good practices now. They're not good, Todd Bowles. They're not, bro. You don't want to drop players. You keep throwing KJ Britt out there. You just that man got to go. Peter Report was telling me I'm overreacting. I said he's got to go. I think it's pretty obvious. I think it's 1,300 yards we didn't gave up in the past 3 games. 1,300, bro. Close to it, somewhere if not over that.
Looking at this game coming up here, like I said, I got the Bucs winning, but because I'm gonna stick with what I do, and I'm not gonna switch because of the injuries, but I would not be surprised if we lose this game.
No, me neither. I'm gonna be honest. We probably will win the game, but it's not gonna be because of what people think. Oh, Baker was balling. Nah, bro. It's just one of those emotional, they trying to prove it to the city and the fans, and Chris Godwin go out there, win game, rally the. I thought we was playing for Tampa also with this Ravens game. What happened to that? I thought y'all was playing for Tampa with the Hurricanes. You went out there in one game with the Saints, and that was it. We doing this for Tampa. We got something we fighting for, and I guess that just went downhill at that point. Mm-hmm. And Baker Mayfield, bro, I'm trying my best, but I've been watching it week in and week out. It's fine when you lose, but you just put a check mark by it. And I asked Pewter Report about this, and I'm seeing people start to talk about it. That fire the cannons, they be talking crazy. They was talking about it recently. I said, okay, I'm not the only one seeing it. That damn hero ball. That my arm is better than your defense with these ridiculous, because these picks, it ain't just okay, the coverage got there, they disguised it well. No, bro, you are throwing passes straight to other defenders, bro. You're no longer not going through your reads. You're trying to beat everyone with your arm, and this little MVP talk, we got to cut it out. Because it's getting to his head. The man on the sideline eating tobacco. You're doing commercials now. Like, come on, bro. We finna have the Browns, Baker Mayfield all over again.
Yeah. I mean, Baker, I've spoke on this multiple times. He has limitations, and I think he's playing well above what he really is.
Oh, he is, for sure. Man, that man, Baker Mayfield, even in an MVP conversation, should already scream like you. I get it. He was he was taken first overall. I get that. So was Bryce Young. That don't mean that I get it. Some people say, well, he's supposed to play like that. You're right. In that case, you're right. But let's just be real. The tape don't lie. The moxie and the type of player he is what gets him in trouble. That's his problem. Too busy, like all that. He's at the podium today or yesterday. Somebody, you can't be scared. You just got to sling it. Y'all have to say something to him when he starts talking like that, bro. Liam Cohen has to tell him, you're going to throw my game away, bro. You're going to throw my game away. We actually was in a prime position to probably whoop up on the Ravens early on the way we was moving cohesiveness. And them 2 picks, man, that changed everything, bro. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know.
I'm sitting here watching the Rams' young pass rushers, man. Kobe Young.
Oh, I'm sitting here watching them too, Fritz. I like Fritz.
Just 3. Kobe Turner, Brian Young. 4 good young guys under 24 years old getting after the quarterback consistently.
The fact they got both the teammates, I like too, Verse and Frisk.
I like the Frisk in the draft.
We talked about it. Anything. They come from Florida, but I was high on how you say it, like Latu. I was high on because for I feel like if you are a defensive guru, you know how to do packages, you scheme everything well, you like to catch people off guard. Wouldn't it make it that much more lethal if you had a sack artist?
Right. Shout out to Corey with a $5 super chat. So we're gonna do a round table at the very end. I'm gonna bring everybody back in.
I'm about to get off. I'm about to get off so they could jump on here. No, I just wanted to pop my stuff or whatever on here just a little bit. No draft capitals for no 30-plus-year-old players, bro. If this team is not Super Bowl caliber, I don't even. And it's funny because Todd Bowles said that. He did say that before the season. We all heard him, right? It's a Super Bowl caliber team. It ain't Super Bowl caliber no more, right? Because you ain't sending out you ain't trying to trade for nothing. So you're telling us without telling us we ain't ready. But you told us that as a head coach at the beginning of the season. So I'm glad you changed your mind on that.
Right.
But I'll jump back on here. I'm watching this game like everybody else.
All right. Appreciate it, man.
All right.
Yeah, everybody getting their one-on-one. Shout out to Corey with a $5 super chat. Big Buck.
What's happening? How y'all doing?
Yeah, we up here, man. We styling and profiling.
Well, let me start by saying this. Mopar Buck, Frisk and Verse, they ain't from Florida. They from Florida State. Gotta say that. Bad as we are. Get it right, bro.
right. Florida State. I ain't gonna correct. I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm just cutting the fool. But I'm in line with Mopar Buck. Like, I don't think you should make any moves for a trade, because to me, the trade packages and what you're doing is just going to destroy your draft capital and your cap space. Like everybody was saying, well, they need to trade for Cooper Kupp. I'm like, have y'all not been paying attention to him the last 2 years and his age, how he's just all of a sudden injury prone? Mm-hmm. Forget the fact that you know what I'm saying, he's maybe familiar with this man's offensive scheme to an extent. I'm not sure if it's McVay's offensive scheme 100%, but I would think there's some familiarity there or whatever. But I just think at this point, you're just going to have to just go all out and commit to your running game, because I think that's going forward. That's what you're going to be able to do best, is run the ball. Crazy as this sound, you know how you have running back by committee. We actually got to say the same thing for the receiving room, wide receiver by committee. And that's something I never thought someone could say. But at this point, you got a rookie and maybe a 7-year vet that Baker know from college, and a 2nd-year speedster, and a tight end that's in his maybe 3rd or 4th year as your receiving core. So it's really going to be a tall tale sign Sunday who he really trusts throwing the ball to.
Well, we seen two spectrums here, right? When teams get ravaged by injuries by their important players and they come out and play inspirational football and they win. But we also seen the flip side where a team get ravaged by injuries and the next week they just come out and just.
But see, this is the thing though. I thought you would have had an inspired game regardless Monday because that was your first game back from the city recovering from a hurricane. I thought that alone should have been inspiring you to play, ready to come out and play. So I get what you're saying, but I also think that the second time around with Atlanta in 3 weeks. Now, the one thing from the first game that I peeped was they never threw the ball deep. They didn't attempt to throw it deep. They tried it, but you threw it with Sterling Shepard running deep. You didn't have no speed guy out there. So, I mean, I would think they may try to do it, but I don't know how they would line up and do it. But the problem is, like we've kind of been saying this all year. Maybe it's just me, but, Baker don't trust any passes to me outside the numbers. Like, because guys be open outside the numbers and he don't really hit them as much. Because, I mean, that Baltimore game, Godwin was open the whole night outside the numbers. And like you said earlier, are we just like, you don't get the screens? I mean, Godwin is the only one that takes the screens pretty good. I would like to see others get screens in space. Like, I'd like to see more of Rashad White in that role taking screens instead of Bucky or Sean Tucker. I think they're more fitted to just, be a thunder and lightning as running the ball if they can figure it out. They can just get some kind of good balance. But, I mean, I just think the biggest thing this week would tell us is that, I mean, we all know Atlanta's not good against the run. I mean, I just feel like if they can establish the run early and keep doing it, don't shy away from it like they always do. They just think they got to pass. Like if Baker only throw the ball 15 or 20 times.
My main concern about this game is, will this game pick up from the second half? And if that's the case, Atlanta literally beat us in the second half. Like, they beat us.
But see, my concern this game, they didn't do Atlanta offense is nothing special. All it is slants and dig routes, but we want to sit back, send 4 or 5 players and sit back in a deep zone, but leave.
That ain't gonna work.
It's just not gonna work. Now, I do believe with Winfield Jr. back, he to an extent can take away that dig route from whatchamacallit, Drake London. I think he can kind of, take that away, but he still can get some targets. And for some reason, Atlanta only likes to target Kyle Pitts when they play us at home. But then after that, they don't target him but 2 or 3 times. So I'm just curious, would they try to come out and target both of them early and often? And obviously the linebacking core is a concern. I mean, Levante is Levante, but, he's gotten older. And, he's not the player he was 2 or 3 years ago. I mean, and that's, now ain't no knock on him, but, he's not that player he once was. Like, he was good. I mean, he still is good to get you a turnover or punch a fumble. He's good for that. He still can do that, but just reacting to the plays, like you said earlier, is that instant reaction is not there like it once was.
Right.
I mean, I think the other biggest thing is the cornerback positions coming into this game. Like, you already got Smith out. Dean is on IR. McCullough did not play his best game against Baltimore. Just after people were bigging him up, saying he's playing good. So I do think McCullough can rebound. He had a bad game and he rebounded. So I think he can do that. But it's just, the other thing that gets me is, like I said, we don't have that pass rush. It's got to be consistent. I mean, I know sacks come in bunches, but, I mean, I got to say this because I say this every time I come in the locker room. Barrymore, you had a chance to get him over number 9. You had a chance to get him, but you wanted to get him instead. So, I mean, look where he's at right now and look what you picked at. I mean, I think we can all safely say that this coaching staff is not great at developing players for some reason. Like we just haven't really sit there and said like, hey, we drafted this guy and we just watched him develop into something special. Can we honestly sit there and say that we've seen that?
Yeah, I mean that's coaching, that's development. And it's some of the areas it came back to bite the Bucs in the butt in certain situations because playing look, Todd Bowles' defense is a situational type defense, right? If it's third and long or the red zone is going to put pressure on you, but at sometimes you just got to have some good players. You just can't always try to situational football yourself to W's. Sometimes you just got to have the better player up front, and that's what the Bucs struggle at in certain areas. They just don't have the better player up front on the defensive line.
Yeah, that's just something we have been lacking for a very long time. You ain't had that guy. You ain't had that guy up front since what? Who was a guy that you knew you had the key in? This may rub people the wrong way, but what? You ain't had a guy like that since what? McCoy in his prime years, what? 12, 13, 14, and 15? Mm-hmm. You had a guy like, all the focus went to him. But you didn't have nothing else around him. I get the Super Bowl year, you had some guys, but it wasn't nothing that really just stood out. You know what I'm saying? They worked together. They worked as a unit perfectly, in my opinion. Mm-hmm. But like I said, it's just something about the GM. Like everybody's like, I want to touch on that again, the trading aspect. Like has he ever made a trade doing in season before?
So I can't remember off the top of my head.
I don't ever recall in his 11 seasons here. I don't ever recall no in-season trades or anything like that at the trade deadline. Any trades have always been done in the off season. At this point, if you even traded for a receiver, who would you even trade for? You saw D Hop went for a 5th round pick. And I was just like, nah, Jason Light, you mean to tell me you couldn't pull that off? But like I said, I get that you don't want to be messed up with the cap situation. So I understand that. Like you don't want to take on that heavy contract, but most of I want to say Cooper Kupp and DeAndre contract they can move on from after this season, even though it'll be a huge cap hit, but the guaranteed portion has already been paid.
Right. Well, I'm gonna do a round table at the end. I got a couple of guys.
I'll hop off.
Stick around, we'll wrap it up together, man.
All right, cool.
All right. All right, Sal, what's up, man?
What's up, bro?
Chilling, man.
Good.
Challenges for the moving forward.
About to crash out in the game at the end of that game. I felt your emotion though. I get it. But
challenges moving forward and Falcons preview, man.
Right. I don't know. I guess what I wanted to say is, I hate to say it, but I hate to say I told you so. Not you, but I'm going to say it. I told y'all to relax. This is Baker freaking Mayfield. He was playing good, and everybody got on me in that chat last time. I was like, it was MVP. I was like, man, just calm down now. This is it's him. This is him we talking about now. I know he's playing better. He's playing above and and beyond is the norm, but we can't compare this Baker to old Baker. I compare this Baker to the rest of the league, and I ain't gonna never compare. If you comparing him to what he was in Cleveland, what you ain't really comparing him to nothing. And like I said, I think he was getting a little too full of himself. The moment I saw that commercial, I said, "Oh my God, here we go." And it's feeling himself again. He needs to just reel it back in. I want to see the angry, I got to prove something to y'all Baker, then I finally made it type of Baker. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And, we had control of that game. I think the problem was they were trying to make Baker be that guy, and he didn't have to be. We were running the ball just fine. We was gashing them. Why go? We was getting about 5 yards a pop. Why would you go away from that? And the moment you did, this man threw 2 interceptions right after Mike get hurt, and all hell just broke loose. It just snowballed, and you could see it. I do think they were playing emotionally for the city. I do think that. But this team is fragile. Like we talked about this last year, about being mentally fragile. When something goes wrong, they don't know how to dial it back and regroup, and they just, it's like the here we go again type stuff, or mentality, I should say. As far as the people we drafting, it's not that they can't coach these people up. It's just they're drafting players with low ceilings. This is just who they are. Logan Hall, this is who he is. Will Golston is ancient. When we talk about Vita, and look, man, Vita is what he is. He's the big guy in the middle who's going to stop anything from coming up the middle, which he does very well. But all they started doing was just Baltimore just started bouncing it to the outside, one cut, bouncing to the outside. He can't be everywhere. You got to look at what's around him, and that's the problem. It ain't just him. He's okay. He does what he's supposed to do. It's just these other guys don't. So when they start talking about, we need to go get Cooper Kupp and for what? You draft these wide receivers. You talk about how good they're doing and all through camp and all that. Give them a shot. Give the young guys a burn. This is a good time for them to get experience. Just stick more with the running game and play the pass off of that. But no, it's just we ain't drafting dogs. I say it all the time. We draft dogs. If you go, my D line, I want SEC. My O line, I want Big Ten. Why can't we just keep it plain and simple? And speaking of plain and simple, if the defense is so complex, a competent head coach will dumb it down a little bit, simplify certain things. You can't I don't want to keep hearing this communication stuff. If it's too complex, then that means you need to reevaluate what you're doing. And I'm getting to the point where I think a lot of the players just feel like they need to hear a different voice. Like you said, there's no emotion to him. He is so frustrating to me. Todd Bowles got to stop that, man. You're waiting too long to take players out. Like you said, you didn't address the linebacker problem that was right on the horizon. Okay, you're gonna get rid of Devin White. Now what? KJ played a couple good games at the end of this. I never was like, yo, we straight now. I'm like, no, this dude ain't it. He ain't it. And now look at him. He's literally out there playing pick up and slaughter. This dude has knocked out 3 of his own players this season. What is he doing out there? He's just a bull in a china shop. And they refuse to go away from the guy. So I'm like, if that's the case, then I can't even blame the players. I gotta just blame it. I gotta turn and look at the coach. What are you doing? What are you doing? Are you? I know you said you want to go see your son play. You sound like you're ready to dial it in. That's the way I look at it. Right. You're not making any adjustments. If you're going to go get a player, a big name player, I say go get Myles Garrett. At least with him on the field, you'll have him, Vita, and Yaya on the other side. This JTS experience is done. He is terrible, man. He's so soft. He can't seal the edge. He just does. He's the softest edge rusher I ever seen, man. He's just soft, man. We got a lot of soft players on our team. Soft. I'm tired of. At some point, you gotta have your corners play man up, press coverage. They're getting burnt anyway.
You think about the Thunderbird.
Huh?
What do you think about the young kid?
I like him. He gonna make mistakes. People are on this case. I'm oh no. Yeah, I mean he's a young undrafted rookie. He's gonna make his mistakes, but me watching him, I would rather have him than Dean. Dean is just you're a seasoned vet out here playing. You run a 4.240 and you're playing 10 yards off your receiver every time. Every time. I can give you 5 yards, maybe 3 yards, but you're supposed to have recover speed where you can get back and recover. This dude is the scariest. And did he always smiling and it's like he ain't even taking this serious. I don't know, man. I just wanted to say that. And I told I want to come back up here because everybody got on me. They made it seem like I was trying to buzzkill them about Baker when he was on top of the world. I was like, man, y'all just chill. It's still early. We ain't played nobody yet. Wait till we play these good teams with good coaches, with competent coaches. I thought we was gonna go to the dime. We never did that. I thought we was gonna just go dime but I guess we couldn't because KJ knocked out Ty Key. So now we short another another guy. This guy is literally out here knocking out his own players, man. You're supposed to be knocking out the opposite team. I can't take him no more, man. I can't take him no more. He's just dirt slow, man. He's slow. His reaction time is slow. And y'all saying that, okay, yeah, I know Levante is slowing down a little bit, but that's because he's trying to overcompensate for that bump. That's all that is. If he could just focus on what he needs to do, Levante would be just fine. But he know in his head, man, I gotta watch this fool's back because he a loose cannon. He's no better than he's a slow Devin White.
Yeah,
I'm done, man. That's all I have to say. We'll talk about it at the end, man.
Gotcha, man. Just stick around, man. We'll cap it out.
All right, peace.
All right. Corey, what's up, man?
What up, dog? I'm
Chilling,
turn my camera off. I'm at work, but third shift, I don't be doing nothing.
Oh, so no, I mean, Corey, you'll probably come back in a second. Disconnected for a little bit. Come on back in, Corey. There we go. Corey coming back on in.
My bad.
What you got?
My
What
bad.
you
I
got?
don't know what happened. So, Atlanta, and then going forward. I think we could beat Atlanta. I think schematically we can dial up some things to beat them. But it's like Kansas City. I don't care who was playing. That was going to be tough. So obviously I wouldn't put money on that game. But the Niners are all banged up, so going forward. What scares me is we got to do what we haven't done since weeks 1 and 2. We got to lean on the defense and then hope we score 30 points with the offense and it turns into a blowout like it did against Washington. And then the offense was subpar against Detroit, but the defense was really good. Fundamentally, they were really good, meaning the tackling. We gave up a lot of
They were only
yards.
in the red zone.
Yeah,
Outside.
that's what I'm saying. We gave up a lot of yards, but fundamentally, they and then Detroit made some mistakes, like at the end of the half, not getting 3,
They outplayed us.
stuff like that. I wouldn't say outplayed us because there was moments in the game where we like for example that fake punt, right? If they don't get that fake punt, we probably go up 2 possessions. Even then, they still had to kick a field goal in that position. The defense stopped them from even getting in the red zone quite a few times. They
1
made
for
them
7.
play.
Detroit, the difference of the game, the biggest difference was 1 for 7 in the red zone. That outside of that, they got outplayed.
I know, but the red zone, it was like 20-yard line. It wasn't like they was, because when they got inside the 10, they scored. That's how they got they touchdown.
Well, the red zone starts at the 20.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But they got to the red zone, but the defense buckled. The defense kind of tightened some screws
Yeah,
schematically. They tackled.
1 for 7.
They tackled. I just think that was the game plan. I mean, we were injured. It was bend don't break. I thought they executed the game plan well. Is what I'm saying. Um, but then after that, the defense been off. It's been helter skelter. I mean, and that terrifies me because that's what we have to lean on now, and that's our healthiest side of the ball. I'm with the last guy. I think that uh, he was talking about fun. You asked him about Funderburk. I see I see no difference between Funderburk and Dean. Like he ain't he ain't gave up a big play yet. The big play that happened to us against the Ravens was Zion's side of the field. I'm not. I got to go back and watch them all 22, but the kid
You
ain't
know
out there
why?
looking lost.
Well, the help was towards Thunderberg side a lot. That's why.
Which is fine. Which means McCollum got to be better. He got beat Rashad. I mean, I was at that game, man, and it didn't matter what we did after those two turnovers. We just the Mike Evans, then the turnover, and then the next turnover. It just sucked the life out of the stadium, like because everybody was still mad Mike Evans was even playing after that first touchdown. What
Never played the
nobody was
game.
really.
Period.
Well, he was, that blows my mind too because he was actually completely taken off the injury report on Saturday. He
Stupid.
he he had no injury designation on Saturday. I'm like,
And
how? He
in the
started the game
pregame,
limping.
but in the pregame, you literally saw it. Like what?
Yeah, I,
What?
I was like, what? I was like, why? I had the greatest opportunity when I was in Tampa. I got to talk on Pat and Aaron morning show. I actually got to co-host the show with Aaron because Pat was out of town. And that's one of the first things that we talked about. I'm like, how was he taking off the injury report at all? And then what annoys me is after he scored, you clearly saw him limping. Okay, we got Atlanta shut it down. But then the problem with that is I don't even think he would have been able to play versus Atlanta because you see how tender it was. Like
Right.
even if they wasn't gonna get that together in a week. They wasn't. It just wasn't gonna happen. Um, but back on so what scares me is having to depend on the defense, which we have to because it's the healthiest side of the ball. We got enough leadership on that side of the ball with Vita, with Winfield, with Levante, to where or even Whitehead, to where they got to get their stuff together, man. I don't want to curse on your channel, but they got to get their stuff together. Like like it's unacceptable giving up a stretch zone run against Derrick Henry. And when Derrick, please, I live in Nashville, bro. He don't like running between the tackles. That's the biggest misconception about Derrick Henry is his size. But them stretch zone run plays, oh my God, because he's really patient and he's big. I'm like, guys, man, like this guy's been in the league this long. Y'all don't know they're gonna run stretch left, and that's where he's gonna break his runs. Y'all so worried about the inside. He don't like running between the tackles. He will, obviously, but that ain't where he wears you down and then he get outside. Antoine Winfield took one of the worst angles I've ever seen him take in
Yep.
his
I saw that
career.
on 22. All 22. I
Dude,
saw it. Terrible.
I was like, what are you doing? He looked scared. I ain't
Yeah,
gonna
he
lie.
was. He
That's the
was.
first time. That's the
Go
first
back,
time I
like you
seen
go
him
back
make
and
a.
watch the tape. All 22. Like he didn't have a good game at all.
Yeah, him and Whitehead, and we couldn't afford that. Our safeties having that type of game versus that offense, we couldn't afford it. And and the reason why I'm nervous about the defense is because the play calling, the defensive play calling. 2nd and 18, right? We get it's the score. The score is just 10-7, 10-7. 2nd and 18, they got a holding call. They were just in the red zone. They back out 2nd and 18 because they got the penalty. Why would you call a slot corner? Why would you call a slot corner blitz against this offense with Justice Hill in the game?
Hmm.
All Baltimore did was call a
Check,
screen pass,
check
and
it
he
down.
scored.
18 yards.
He
Field
scored
goal.
on
Justin
a
Tucker.
screen. No, I'm talking about the touchdown with Justice Hill.
Oh yeah. Oh,
He
I was just talking. I was the
it,
same. It was the same
no
thing
oh
with the field
oh
goal.
bro, don't get me started when we came out the half and Baltimore did everything to help us get them out of field goal range, and then we let them get the screen. What frustrates me, and I love how we responded to Todd Bowles last year, right? But it's year to year. We responded to him well last year. But we played the Falcons. Levante catches that interception. We play ourselves out of field goal range. Just to get back in field goal range, we call a screenplay, right? We call a screenplay to try to get a few yards because our kicker can kick. What Atlanta do? They completely were prepared for that screenplay and they shut it down. We lost yards, punt. We get them in a position where we know they're going to call a screenplay, and we just let them. We just let them get 15 yards. Just let them
18.
get 15 yards.
54
Kick a
yard field goal. Good.
52 possession. Now it's a 2 possession game. We go
I was like,
down
you
and miss
got
a
to be
field
kidding
goal.
me. You got to be kidding me.
I could not believe, but he kept doing that the whole game, just giving them yards. And it's a coaching moment. And I don't know if these guys have brain farts on the field, like Anthony Nelson allowing Derrick Henry to cut back and go 40 yards. I'm like, you are the contain guy. Why are you running inside? And he's a rookie. I get it. Your boy from Alabama. What's his name? He rushes Lamar Jackson clean rush, but he has to learn and he needs to be taught. You don't rush a mobile quarterback to sack him. You rush to contain and then you sack him. You rushed all inside on this quarterback that run the 4-3. Lamar just calmly ran away from him and threw the ball 40 yards down the field. Like the teaching is not happening in huge moments. And
I
it's
mean,
and it's
at this point, Todd Bowles' defense, this communication is getting out of hand. It's just like, how many
out of
years are we
hand.
going to keep talking about this communication thing?
Thank you. Like and then Casey Rogers. I'm just like I said, I'm saying what we need to do going forward, and I'm saying why I'm worried about it. I know I know you got other people waiting, so I'm gonna be quick.
No, it's somebody behind you. I'm doing a recap, like
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and get off all right, I'm gonna get off the numbers quick.
I'm gonna bring everybody. I'm gonna bring everybody back in at one time, and
Okay, cool.
we can all
And then
have a.
Casey Rogers today,
Matter of fact, I'll do it
and
now.
this just pisses me off when we clearly know the middle of the field because our linebackers can't cover because one is so bad, it's making Levante look bad. He's overcompensated. We're so bad. Casey Rogers had the nerve to go out there and say we like our linebackers in coverage. Like, come on, dude. Like, come on, man. Don't patronize me, man. Don't lie to me. Yes, I'm not an NFL coach. I ain't stupid either. There's ways he could have said that in coaches speak that would have not insulted my intelligence and other fans' intelligence and fans that are spending their money to watch these games, travel to these games. That insulted our intelligence completely to tell me you're fine with our linebackers in coverage. When
Mm-hmm.
Mark Andrews probably has 3 catches all year, he get 2 touchdowns and dominates the middle of the field. Somehow we were able to defend Isaiah Likely, and I think that's because they split him out a lot, that he wasn't in line a lot. So they let Mark Andrews eat. But I'm like, everything that a team, what I'm noticing, everything that a team wants to do, they do on Todd Bowles' defense. He does a lot of bend, don't break, but I don't know what we take away. I don't know what we take away. You say you want to take away Baltimore's running game. Well, they had over 200 yards rushing. Okay, fine. You say you want to take away the short intermediate. Well, Mark Andrews had 2 touchdowns and dominated the middle of the field. What did we take away? Zay Flowers, who was coming in injured, so I don't
Zay
even know that.
Flowers was hurt, and
You,
Isaiah Likely didn't do anything, and they still had over 500 yards.
Still, oh, exactly. They 2 best receiving targets for Lamar Jackson. That's what is concerning to me. But that's what we have to lean on now is our defense because we cannot, and everybody saw it, and everybody knows this. You cannot lean on Baker Mayfield. That's not even what we got the dude for. Everything that he's done last year and up to this point was a plus. We got him to just maintain. We didn't get him to win no MVP to be leading the NFL in touchdown passes. We didn't get him for a 28-10 TD and interception ratio. We got him to come into this locker room and sustain the talent that we had and that he had around him. And for the most part, he has done that. But that game against Baltimore pissed me off so bad because his 2 interceptions turned into 2 touchdowns. Well, one was a field goal, turned into 10 points that did not have to happen, and it took points away from us.
He had like several. He had like 5 or 6 turnover worthy plays. So it was 2 interceptions and then an additional 4 other plays that should have been turnovers.
Right. Well, yeah. Cal Hamilton dropped one up the seam, and it was
Number
like you said,
29,
it was
number
a couple
29,
more.
he dropped one.
Yeah, it was a couple more. The rook Nate Wiggins dropped one. Yeah, Nate Wiggins dropped one, but he keep doing that. But anyway,
3 drop
I,
interceptions.
so he really threw 5 after that New Orleans game. Where I get it, one was batted, A lot of people say that's not your fault. Well, it is his fault because he needs to change his throwing angle. I watched Drew Brees. We watched his whole career damn near, and I have never seen so many batted balls. They about the same size. So it's the way it's your throwing angle that allows the ball to get batted and popped in the air, and it's an interception. So that's his fault. He threw, and that's his fault. And the defense has got to carry us going forward. At least put the game in striking distance. I do. I'm not sure what Bucky's
Striking distance.
game is.
I'm not sure what.
All right.
Bucky, I think he's going to be out. I'm not sure. But I hope he is, and I hope they can get
Is
him
it
to
turf
play.
toe?
Yeah.
I hope it's not turf toe because that's
That's
another.
It's a toe injury, and when you have toe injuries, man, I'm telling you, if you running back, receiver, I've been through it, man. It's not a good look, man.
Yeah,
You're gonna need the off season to pretty much heal that.
Jesus Christ. We can't afford no more people going down. I'm hoping it's not that serious, but like you said, for him to be out of practice 2 days, he probably won't play. So now it's going to be Rashad White, Bucky Irvin. I mean Sean Tucker and Rashad White. Atlanta is susceptible to big plays in the hashes, but they don't give a big deep plays because they run too deep. They run too deep safety. So it's
Because they
not.
got them beast ass safeties. That's
Yeah,
why.
so they don't give up, and they talk well back there. So they don't.
Baker didn't even test them boys last game.
No, I mean it's crazy because he tested them with Sterling Shepard. I was like, why would Liam Cohen even call that play for Sterling Shepard? Like I get Trey Palmer is out, and I love Chris Godwin. I cannot believe that happened to him. But coaches got to stop acting like this dude didn't run a 4.41. Like he can run routes. They put him in the little, he's in the slot a lot. But man, you call deep shots for Mike Evans, or in that situation, man, like you call it for probably a 4.58 receiver and Sterling shot, and that's the one shot we took against Atlanta. Other than that, I'm not as worried about the offense because I think schematically, Liam Cohen has called some really good things. I think he gets cute too much. And that led to Baker Mayfield's first interception. That was just too cute. Bucky Irvin almost scored on the first down play. He ran 7 yards. Get a ball back to him and run the damn ball. Go score a damn touchdown. Run the ball because they tell us we can't run on Baltimore. How do you shell shock a team that is good at stopping something? You take that away. If we the way we were running that ball early in the game, if we ran that ball up they damn backside for that second touchdown to go up 17-7, that would have shell shocked the Baltimore Ravens. I don't care what nobody said, because at that point we were averaging 5 yards a carry. That would have shell shocked that team. But nah, he throws the interception, and we first of all, it's a bad game plan to even think you're going to throw against the Baltimore Ravens that much, even though their pass defense is not that good, because their offense is so electric. So when you get an opportunity to run the ball, when it's 1st and 10 in favorable field position or 2nd and short, run the damn ball and extend the game. Keep the ball out of their hands because their offense is way too explosive right now. Like, I shouldn't know this as a fan watching the game, knowing you don't want to keep giving this kid the ball. Like, but we got to focus on the defense. Got to get their stuff together. That's my take.
Yeah, I see we got more people in the chat right now. Wait, y'all want to come on that? Comment on
No,
that?
I see what. I get what Corey's saying, but it's just the big thing is like, we gotta hope our defense steps up. But it's just at this point, especially like this point in the season where you're starting to like know like your identity, and like over these like last straight weeks, like this defense is just it's been the weakness. And it's just it's crazy to say that when like you have like this top defensive guy, but I guess like at this point, like these plays are just so outdated, and he doesn't do anything to adjust. Like there's no adjustments made like after halftime. Like if anything, after halftime, it just gets worse, especially over these last 2 weeks with or like the last 3 weeks with like the Atlanta. Well, Saints was like a different story, but like with Atlanta, like they came out after the halftime and just destroyed us. All over. And especially like you were saying too, like the middle of the field these last couple weeks with Stevontae Dennis when he went down has been open. It's been free. I've never seen a part of the field's like so free for like on a defense than like us in the middle of the field. Like it's so easy. Like that's why like Mark Andrews, like you said, like they wasn't doing well all year, but this year he came in and just like made plays.
Same thing with Kyle Pitts.
Yeah, just like because how open the middle of the field is, and there's no fix for that because we believe, like what Corey was saying with Casey Rogers, we believe that our linebackers are just fine. And at some point, like, yeah, you're not gonna throw your players under, but if your middle linebacker takes out 3 of your own players, at some point, like, why are you protecting him?
Right.
When he's ranked 85 out of 85 in PFF, why are you protecting him?
Well, shouldn't you run like a robber or something to kind of help protect the middle of the field?
Man,
We run a straight cover 3.
That ain't cutting it though, bro. Another problem it's starting to rear its ugly head. It's been happening actually the last 4 weeks, but Baker ain't going through his progression enough. There's wide open people. He just keying in on certain players. It's like
going
force
through them
feed.
too fast. Like,
yeah,
like he could have threw that ball. He could have threw that ball.
Outside the
to
numbers
Bucky.
are wide open.
He could have threw that ball to Bucky Irvin.
Yeah, he even saw him too. He saw Bucky, and that one touchdown play that turned into an interception. He looked at Bucky.
He looked dead at his offense. He got to trust his offensive line. It's really good, by the way. The offensive line is really good, dude.
No, have you noticed that too? Especially like this last game, like when he had time, that's when his mistakes came from.
Yeah, it's like, okay, I got enough time, or do I? I got enough time, or do I?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, now that I know I got enough time, let me force something.
He had
in.
enough time, so like let me force it. Like that makes no sense. Like you have time. Like he had a lot of time that game.
Yeah, he did.
A lot of time.
The whole line was protecting well. They were protecting really well. He got happy feet.
Yes, per Football Focus, our offensive top 5 was our offensive line and Rachaad White. So it was 4 offensive linemen and Rachaad White was our top 5 offensive performers in the game. So
even the left guard was playing well.
That was inexcusable. Them 2 turnovers, they were inexcusable.
You were not rushed at all to throw that. You weren't rushed at all.
And I was at the game. Baltimore Ravens fans all around me. Before he threw that first pick, we snapped the ball. He stood in the pocket for about 5-6 seconds. The Ravens fans was like, "Come on, pass rush, come on!" And then he throws the pick. I'm like, "What the? Like, how did that end up?
Like,
in
how do you throw that?
interception?"
Yeah. Like he never like rolled out. To be honest, like that when I was there too. Like I never saw him like roll out. He didn't need to.
Do they ever try to move the pocket? Have they ever tried to move the pocket for him, put him on the run? Like that's for some reason. Like, and I know that there's a difference between college and NFL, but Baker made a living rolling to his left and throwing deep as a right-handed quarterback.
Sean Payton doing it with Bo Nix.
There was no reason for that game. I mean, we lost the Baltimore game. Baltimore beats everybody's ass in the regular season these last 3 years. But the fact remains that we were running the ball so well, but there was no reason for Baker Mayfield to have 15 passes. He had like 12 passes in the first quarter. But we were running the ball so well, that should have never even happened. That first interception should have never happened. We should have never been in no 3rd and 13.
Run the ball till they stop it.
I mean, you in a position where you got to do it now. You ain't got no. I don't think you have no other choice. Like you gotta come out. But I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if Atlanta comes out and try to stack the box. But if they do that, you got to be able to find. You have to find. Baker's gonna have to find that one-on-one matchup who can win the one-on-one matchup. I'm sorry. I mean, that's just what it is.
So, do you think that we might see some Devin Colt this game? You know, maybe a hybrid type of tight end that could.
Man,
is he healthy?
Yes, he was active.
Okay.
I just need to see the kid runs a 4.4. He's 6'6", man. He got to get 6'4". He has to get on the field. I'm sorry.
I mean, Kate Otten.
That's why I keep saying, why are you drafting players and don't play them?
He got to get on the field.
We didn't even like discuss this too. Like not even like the interceptions, but Baker had time and he was throwing hospital balls too.
Yeah, he gonna get somebody killed out there.
I don't know how Kate Otten came out of that game. Like,
there's no way you can tell me he wasn't concussed at the end of the game. There's no way.
No, he wasn't. That was surprising because they talked to him in the interview afterwards. I'll tell you that next morning when he woke up, I know his body was bruised. bruised.
So
I'm telling you, man, they punished him every time he caught that ball.
Hell, that second to last hit he took, where they didn't call them that rough. One time I thought they were gonna get unnecessary roughness. I couldn't even believe he got back up.
I know, man. I was like, oh my God.
So credited.
They finna turn that man into Joe Biden.
Credited to your point.
He's gonna be out there walking around not knowing who he is, man. Baker, he don't throw his receivers in, to protect him. He just wheels it in there and be like, look, man, go get it.
And he
open yourself all the way up to get punished.
You have to prepare yourself to catch the ball instead of preparing yourself to take the hit.
Yeah.
That's like the big issue. But no, that like credit to your thing. Like Cade Otton's not going in this game 100%. You can't tell me he's 100% going into this game.
It can't be.
There's absolutely no way.
So they say they trust their linebacker. So what you expect?
So is Rakim Jarrett gonna play? I know they said he's coming off of IR. So
I hope
he plays.
Man, Baker gonna put him back on IR.
I don't want to hear all this Shepard talk, man. He's good in certain situations, but I'm sorry, J Mac and Tampa Bay trade. They gotta go get it. They gotta get it. It's gotta be them. I don't want to see Shepard being the focal point of the passing game. That's not gonna cut it. That's not gonna cut it.
He should just be your third, like your short yardage play, and they want to throw it. That's where Shepard will move the chains at, little quick outs and stuff like that, or find a little soft spot in the zone. That's where you need to utilize him at. But
go ahead.
But my thing is, you've been keeping them young guys on the sideline all season. Now you ain't got no choice but to play them when you should have been playing them here and there all along, just so they can get some burn. It's like these guys. This is like week 1 for a lot of them guys now.
Yeah.
I don't get it. They change of personnel is so off. Okay, you taking out your D line like they're on a hockey team or something. You're just gonna take everybody out, and then you put in Gaines and Brown and a bunch of bums, and then you got wide receivers that that's hobbled. But you won't play the other guys that you claim that's just as good and capable.
Vita only played 59% of the snaps against.
That's what I was saying. This rotation.
That was so weird.
Y'all
think it was like 64.
Yeah.
Like that was so
they
weird.
They just kept taking players out. For what?
For 3 series. It's not even just like a play. Like a whole series, like our starters aren't out there, and it's like, why?
And they punished us every time they did it.
Exactly. I think they like literally after the first drive, like our starters were barely ever out there.
I say go get Myles Garrett.
Why? So they can rotate them out?
Oh yeah, right. I know, right? But I think he the type of player like he gonna be like JPP. He gonna turn and look. I ain't coming out.
Somebody said something earlier. I think they are waiting until after this Atlanta game, because if they lose this game, they're not gonna trade no assets for no player. I mean, and I'm not on the board with trading for an offensive player, because that's not. Listen, we got injuries. I get it. We banged up, but this defense has to get it. We got a defensive head coach.
Yeah.
Why would a defensive head coach go trade assets for an offensive player? That they almost never do that.
It ain't the offense ain't the problem. It's the defense.
Offense is not the problem, bro. The scheme is really good. It's working. Quick, short passes are. We're 7th in rushing right now, fellas.
1,300 yards in 3 weeks.
Come on, man. It's
not the defense, and it all starts up front. We're not Logan Hall, Golston. These guys. Put some real players around Vita and Kalijah, and we might be able to have something up front.
I feel like Golston been in the league forever. I don't know why
he is. He's the second oldest player on the team as far as being there.
Dude, Golston been there when Robert Ayers Jr. was on our team.
He was there with him and Levante came in together.
No, real quick before we go to defense, I wanted to say this real quick. So Bucko, you said that. Or I guess I can answer. One of y'all can answer this. You think Sterling Shepard going to be wide receiver 1, right?
Oh yeah.
No,
So
I don't think so. I don't think so.
Probably.
If he is real quick, this is what like I think is going to happen, and because I saw it in the Saints game, I think he's going to get 2 in over his head. Because do you remember what in the Saints game how many penalties that man had?
3.
Just like alone. And
He had 3. That's what I told y'all. He needed to. I said it on the live then. I said he needed to dial it back. He was getting stupid penalties.
I think it's gonna. I think if he does get the number 1 spot, I think it's gonna get in over his head. And I think he's gonna cost us a little bit. I'm not gonna.
No,
that's just
I
me
don't think
personally.
so.
So the number when you say the number 1 spot, do you mean like he's
like
gonna be the
X? He's the X.
Oh look, no, I can't see it. He too.
McMillan ain't gonna be the X.
It's got to be.
Sterling Shepard's going to be the X. I mean, he was the X. He was.
He's
like
the only
number
one that has
option
experience in the number 1 slot, right? After Odell left.
Yeah, he's gonna.
So what do you think they're gonna put? They gonna put J Mac at the slot, and Shepard and Trey at the X and Y.
Yeah.
No, I think they're gonna go. They probably put Trey and McMillan in the slot. What's that other dude that came from the practice squad? He'll probably play on the outside.
Oh yeah, Raheem Jarrett going to be in this game too. Raheem Jarrett, can't forget about him.
Yeah, if he played.
Yeah, if he played, we don't know. He's off IR? What, he got 2 weeks to practice, but we don't know if he's gonna be active.
Oh, we still don't know if he's playing or not.
Hey, is Puka Nacua playing tonight?
I don't know. I know they activated him off. Like he's activated. I saw the tweet from it. I don't know if he's playing tonight.
Yeah, man. I just think Todd Bowles gonna have to simplify this defense. You got to dumb it down a little bit, though. You know, if communication and
he's playing tonight. He's playing tonight. Corey.
If that's the problem, man, you gotta. As a coach, you're supposed to be okay. Well, they're not understanding this, so let me break it down and simplify things for them, so it'll be more easier. They don't have to think as much.
I don't think he can do that. I think his defense is.
He's just like an old man setting his ways or something.
I think it's outdated. I think every offensive coordinator that has an experienced quarterback can deal with that. Can deal with that defense.
Yeah, they watched enough tape to see what he's doing.
And saw film on him and ate him alive.
Yeah, there's no exotic. There's no. I mean, yeah, you can say it's exotic, like he disguises, but they know what that disguise is. They've seen enough. They don't like. There's no like you're not scared of what Todd Bowles is going to do unless you have a rookie quarterback that's not prepared for it. And if you have a rookie quarterback,
the reason why they're not scared
is because Sean Payton.
I just don't think they're not scared because there's no one to fear on that outside.
No, there's not. I mean,
y'all. I think he would do if you put him opposite Myles Garrett, you will see a whole different person. I think being that we have JTS on that side, it just takes so much away from what you can do up front.
Yeah. Because if you think about it too, like oh no, go ahead, Sal, go ahead.
Go ahead, that's all.
No, because it's like it's like if you have a competent running back as well, all they have to do is pick up the linebacker or pick up the safety. Because that's like where the blitz is coming from. Once like they pick them up, like Todd Bowles' defense is nothing. Because all you gotta do is look at the middle of the field. You already know that's gonna be open. And that's how they're gonna scheme it. Because if you want to move the ball on the Bucs, middle of the field, or do screens, because Todd Bowles is just gonna blitz every time you screen anyway.
If I got a question, is Gill still on our team?
Who?
Is he on IR?
I don't know. Gill, he's the
I know who you're talking about. Yeah.
I know. Okay. I don't think so.
Unless they did get rid of him, but I thought he was on
IR. Why did all these other linebackers like Russell and what's the dude?
Oh, he's with the Panthers.
Yeah.
Yeah, Cam Gill. Yeah. He's on the Panthers.
Well, did I need to see some burn from Russell and Duluth? Because I don't want to see KJ out there no more.
Nah,
I don't mind him on first down. He can tackle.
Man, special teams. Go out there and be the bull in the China shop on special teams, because you're literally knocking out players, man. You're knocking out your own players.
Yeah, that's a problem, and it's like three different players, and you got one concussed, a brain injury.
Yeah, he got 2 concussed.
That's ridiculous. That's unacceptable. If any other coach, he would be released.
Yeah.
Any other coach would release that guy. That's unacceptable. I like the good coaches like Andy Reid and them. They would not let that slide. Injuring 3 different starters. That's crazy.
Man, the man he put Izzy in out, he put Ty Key out, and then he put somebody else out. I'm trying to think who the third person he put out.
Yeah.
I'm like, what is this dude doing? He's just flying all over the place with his head down. Then he's crowning people. He crowned Lamar.
And that shows you there's
then they didn't even give a flag for it. Yeah. That's what blew my mind.
I'm like, man, this dude is just OC. He is mad OC.
That shows you too that there's no accountability on this team. Like that alone shows you if you can do that on this team and still start and still like have belief, like then you could do anything on this team. There's no accountability whatsoever on this football team.
And they all just sit there like Todd. They Buck always said, they take on the personality of the coach. Everybody just kind of just.
The media never even said anything about it. I don't think I heard one thing of, the last like couple games, like 3 players have gone down due to poor play from your middle linebacker. Like,
I've been seeing it on certain podcasts. They've been talking about KJ.
No, I mean like the media, like in the like.
Oh no, they're not going to say that because they don't cover us enough. They don't really pay attention to us like that. They just all they see is they look terrible.
Literally, but yeah, that's my biggest thing is there's no accountability. Todd, like you said, Todd and Jason Light are like the cool like homie type. Like they're not.
Yeah, they're too friendly.
They're not gonna call out that poor play. They're just gonna say, "Oh, we had a great practice," and that's it.
I don't know what it is, man. I know we need to get something up front because that pass rush ain't getting there enough. And maybe the back end would look better if somebody was getting home, but all they doing is keying in on the players who can get home, and then everybody else just get bodied up by one player.
They were talking about in the chat too. Is Jose Ramirez injured? Like, where's he at?
No, he's not getting no burn. He refused to play the young guys, man. Will Golson has been in the league 15 years, man. The dude he 30-some years old. And all this talk about going to get Hop and Cup and man, them dudes is old, man. You don't want old receivers coming off of injuries who want a lot of money.
I mean, I think Hop that man still put up 1,000 yards with some garbage quarterbacks last year. So I mean, I think you would have been okay with that. I mean, if you could have managed like a fifth round. I mean,
okay, Big Buck. Let's see it. Let's say he balls out. What do we do then?
That's gonna be a cap decision because that's my biggest knock. We ain't got no cap next year because everybody they talking about trade.
Go defense. I don't mind paying too much for Myles Garrett.
What you know what he is, but you already know what you gonna give. What you gonna give up for him though?
Man, I will put Dean Hall. I'll put a nice little bundle package together, a little care package together.
Take it too.
And give up a fourth or third round pick because ain't nobody you gonna pick that high gonna be as good as Myles Garrett. Even your first round pick ain't gonna be a Myles Garrett.
Yeah, we don't even know where they're gonna pick from too. So all these guys could be gone for the most part.
That's what I'm saying. He's a sure thing to me
because we don't trade up.
Yeah, at least he's a sure thing. We don't know what we're gonna get with a 30-year-old wide receiver. He might go out there and tear his ACL or anything. Yeah, they get injured like that.
Myles Garrett don't really get injured.
He hardly get injured and he hardly comes off the field.
Yeah,
he's a constant menace, a person that you got to key on. If you got to key on him most of the game, that will open it up for Kalijah.
That opens Vita. Vita already demands double teams.
Right. He's the one taking the double team.
One-on-one. Literally, you get a name guy on that D line, even if it was like Crosby or whatever. Vita
or him or Max Crosby. Yeah. Somebody like that. They're worth sacrificing a second or third round pick because these guys are proven.
And Bowles over the last 2 years has said we can't get home with 4. He has said that. It's on record. He knows that.
And yet won't do nothing about it.
Won't do anything.
He won't do anything.
I ain't gonna lie. I want to fight Bowles after that game, man. I want to fight him. I want to fight that dude, man.
Because you see that same
He
stupid
just
look on TV.
sits there and it's like he's scared to make a decision because he doesn't want to get criticized.
I've never seen him yell.
When you're getting criticized anyway, bro, at some point you got to make a move.
I've never seen him yell at his team on the sideline.
Never.
He don't even get mad.
You don't even talk to him. He's still on the sideline.
Look up the bitches. You look up the definition of even kill in any book, it's gonna be a picture of him sitting there with a blank expression on his face.
And that's that's our biggest issue. It takes how are these young guys can't hold other players accountable because they don't know what being held accountable feels like from this coaching staff. Because it's always sunshine and rainbows, and most of these good coaches, they're gonna tell you straight up how it is.
Do you think that that's Levante's role?
Yeah, but he can only do so much. They're only going to listen to him. Levante, it's different. They're not going to take Levante said. Well, some of them will, but they're not going to take it to heart because Levante can't fire them. Levante can't be you're not going to play anymore. He can't do that. They need to hear it from people if you play bad, you are going to be off my team. If you keep doing what you're doing, if you keep injuring my players, you are not going to be on this team. But it seems like no matter what you could do whatever you want and still be a starter on this team. It's how it feels. You can get burnt constantly, still be on this team. You can injure your teammates, still be on this team. You can get no pressure, no sacks, no nothing the whole game, and you're still fine.
Matter of fact, they give you an extension with that.
Yeah, you'll get an extension. You get your job secured by not doing your job.
And they won't draft nobody to replace you with.
Exactly. They're going to draft someone who's a 4-year project, so your job's still safe for another 2-3 years. And it's just going to be a cycle over and over and over again, and we're just never going to have. We're going to wait till Patrick Mahomes comes off the Chiefs and he comes to the Bucs and we go to a Super Bowl.
Yeah, crazy, man.
43 years old.
Yeah, 43 years old. That's how it's going to be, and it's sad, because you can't tell me with a straight face that our coaching staff holds the team accountable. You just can't.
No,
you can't be like no, Todd Bowles goes after those guys. No, he doesn't.
I think Larry Foote wants to. I think he'd be wanting to, but I just don't think he don't want to overstep Todd Bowles.
I mean, think about what Baker said when he was joking with that Tom Brady comment. That should have told you everything right there. The fact that he was bold enough to say that, I mean, I think that said a lot in itself.
Yeah.
Like Brady said, hey, I was trying to win championships. I didn't know that was stressful. If I want to have fun, I go to Disney World with my kids. I mean, that was some real shit right there.
Yeah, Tom Brady held that team accountable because he had the pull. He has the pull to you're not going to be starting on this team. He had that pull because he's Tom Brady. So when Tom Brady said something, those guys took it to heart. But Levante can only do so much. But if your coach don't care, then it's with those guys, it's dang, why should I care too? Because that's what they're going to take after. They're going to take after that mentality. Like you said, they're fragile. They get that fragile mentality from Todd Bowles.
Yep.
That's who he is. This is just what he does. He's not going to change. He hasn't changed. He hasn't learned anything from his past time with the Jets. He hasn't learned anything with us. It's 9-8, 8-9. That's all it is. That's all it's going to be. He doesn't hold anyone accountable. He doesn't do anything different. And then we're going to be right back to square one with project. And that's the end of it, because we're going to be picking in these later rounds. And so we can't get those Winfields and those Wirfs because of how far we're picking back, because we're doing good, but it's because of the division. It's not because of the coach.
I mean Winfield was a 3rd round and Wirfs.
Yeah.
Second round. It was second round.
It is crazy how he dropped that far, especially how he is.
But this thing though, if you go back and look at that draft, you remember that safety from LSU went 1 pick ahead of him. Del Grant, I think his name was. He went to Cleveland.
Some of Delpit.
Yeah, I think that's how you say his name. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. It's not that we can't get those players; they just passing on them for nobodies.
Yeah.
I mean, we've drafted well the last few times. I'm not really tripping.
No, to me, it's always been every year is 50-50. Half of the draft is cool, and half of it ain't.
Well,
It's like
I thought we hit on every pick last year. Everybody played. Everybody
They had no
contributed last year.
choice.
they had no choice, bro. I mean, Cody Mott, I don't care what you say, man. That
Don't
whatever,
even
man.
get me started on. You had an All-American guard from the Big Ten,
Thank
from
you.
Wisconsin and Penn State, and it was another guard, All-American second team. You had both of them, but you chose Cody Mock. And I get Jason Light. He went
And
to
they
a
picked
small
him high,
school.
they picked him in the second round.
So what you hit on Ali Marpet, but everybody saw Ali Marpet was different. Everybody saw that.
I mean, Cody wasn't a guard. He and we put him at guard, and then I mean he struggled at the beginning of this year, but I mean he's doing okay now.
He's doing okay, but
I mean our run game is 7th in the league right now, and
I think
we have
that's
one of the
because
best.
they had to scheme it. But if they just try to line up and just go head up and just run the ball, he'll look terrible again. What they're
You
doing is
saw him
moving.
week one against
They're
Washington
moving.
with Payne and Allen. Y'all saw what they did to him.
Man, they was dog walking him, man. He too light. He come from a school where he ain't played the type of talent that a lot of them players have been going against. That's why I said, man, I want my D line from the SEC and I want my O line from the Big Ten. It ain't hard.
I mean, I just think that's a great thing. I mean, you look at these guys. Sometimes when they come from a team that's too loaded, sometimes they don't have it all either. Like these guys coming out of Georgia right now, they kind of taking a while to develop
I
and
think
stuff
that's
too.
coaching that's going on up in Philly.
Call me crazy, but if you get it, I mean, I ain't saying they won't be successful to an extent, but Alabama and Georgia, they already done kind of hit their peak when they're coming into the league. Can they get any better than where they're at? Because they done maxed out in college with Saban and Kirby. Is that safe to say?
That's kind of how I feel about those guys too.
Yeah.
I think we've drafted well. We've drafted well the last few drafts. Like I'm not.
He's turning around. I would say last year was probably the best one.
I mean,
That
you
was probably
draft
his
guys.
best draft.
You get guys like Winfield and Swerfs in the same draft.
Okay, we got them too. We got them too. And name who else was good in that draft?
I mean, but we got 2 all pros from one draft. Like anybody else don't even really matter like that.
Yeah.
How long he been here? How long Jason Light been here?
Since 2014, so 11 seasons.
Don't give me 2 good seasons.
It's not an exact.
Don't give me 2 good
I mean,
draft seasons. I need a more body of work than that.
You got some of the best GMs in the league that make bad decisions in drafts.
But they don't miss on a whole draft though.
But that was years ago though. He hasn't missed on a whole draft in a long time. It's 2024. We drafted those guys in 2019. Like he's been hitting on his draft picks. Especially like JTS for what it's worth, he's good against the run. He's just never going to be a good pass rusher, but he sets the edge. He's one of our best run defenders on the team.
Who is that?
I think we just want him to be a 10 sack guy, and I just don't think that's what he is.
So are
JTS.
we just not?
No, he's terrible.
Hold on. Did y'all hear what I said about the Bucs pass rush win rate and run stop win rate bottom 10 in both areas? That's the D line's not good. Period.
He's trash.
The D line picks haven't really been, and even with Cansey barely plays.
He can't stay healthy.
Yeah.
That's the big.
I hate it too because he's actually good.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna disagree with you on that. But like I said,
your best ability is your availability.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was getting at.
4 games. He done missed 8 games, man. 2 years, bro. Like I don't know, bro.
I'm gonna keep saying it. We should have got Barrymore. I keep telling y'all.
I mean, Barrymore went in the second, didn't he?
That's because Tampa chose JTS over him. He was sitting right there. And you let Belichick trade up in the top of the second round and get him at the time. But I mean, I just felt like you should have built, like you knew Sue was getting old. You put somebody young next to Vita, and you would have had that D line would have been nasty, in my opinion. But like I said, I don't get paid to make those decisions. Like that's just my opinion. I just, like I said, I think we all in agreement that The defense just got to play better, hands down. And please get the fuck out of that zone.
You know what's so crazy about the D line going into the season? I was looking at a couple of articles about our D line from scouts and media members and stuff like that. You know, and the consensus, one particular one was like he had the Bucs edge rushers, just edge rushers, ranked 32 coming into the season. 32 coming into the season.
Yeah.
What do you think he had now? Edge rushers.
Probably at 64.
I would say at best
high
27, 26, 25, maybe.
Yeah.
That's not good. That's the point I'm making. No matter how you try to cookie cutter it and put the cherries on top, the D-line is not good, edge rushing wise and interior wise. It's not good enough. Because you got to think about it. You have to be realistic. Where are you trying to go with this D-line? Where are we going to go with this D-line? Not
why are we trying to be like a run-stopping team when that's not even good? But you're drafting.
This is a passing league, but we trying to bulk up like it's a run-heavy first league. That's what I can't never figure out.
Get to the quarterback all day, every day.
Where are these Bucs fans thinking we're going to go with a D-line that's not good at stopping the run or rushing the passer? Where are we going?
Literally, when OCs like game plan for this D-line, they're like, "Oh, what's his name? What's his name?" They don't say like a name. Maybe Vita. That's it.
That's all they say. They don't mention nobody else.
And I understood the optimism from fans about our D-line. Oh, the D-line is going to be much improved. Well, no. See, the reality always wins.
Yeah.
Reality always wins. No matter how you feel and what you think, reality going to always trump that. Reality. It's just reality set in. This is week 7. And if reality hasn't set in with you all yet, then I'm sorry. We need to come. I need you to come sit next to me and we can watch film.
We know our identity now. It's week 7.
You gotta know your team. You gotta know your team's weakness and you gotta know your team's strength. Do not try to make excuses of the weakness. It's a weakness. Well, this particular person, no. As a whole, we can't rotate 8 guys. We can't do that.
No.
Like the Rams, we can't do what the Rams doing. The Giants got a better D-line. You know what I'm saying?
Next
the
Lawrence top right now, I think, right?
Like, what are we doing here? Stop trying to make excuses of a weakness. Admit it. So the one thing about is when I forgot what stage it is. Like the acceptance, right? Once you accept, then you will feel a lot better. When you keep trying to deny the reality of it, it makes it worse for you.
Yeah,
just plain and simple. The D-line is not good. Yeah,
you can't win like with your whole second string D-line out there when your first string is healthy. Like you can't rotate 8 guys and like the drop off is just that huge. It's the biggest drop off ever. And to be honest, the first string D-line ain't all that great either.
Facts.
It's not it's not world beaters either. It's not world beaters
over feelings. Reality of the optimism. Like it would never optimism would never win over reality. Never, ever in history of optimism makes more sense than reality. Never in history.
Yeah.
Never. No matter how you try to, let me dig deep. If you gotta dig deep to make your optimism reality, then it ain't real.
Like what you were saying, like the first string, like what? Probably maybe like I wouldn't say they're like glasses like what they are, but they don't play enough, but they're not like top.
If you can rotate, the minimum you kind of want 6, right? You can rotate 6, but if you can rotate 8 guys, but you got your 4 starters as your 4 good guys that mesh you all together. But if your backups can give you something, then that means you got depth. It's not like saying 8 guys got to be good. You just got to have 8. You got to have 4 solid ones that can play together really good, and then your backups got to be able to produce something. We don't have that.
Yeah, like what you're saying is like I shouldn't be like every time that second string comes, I'll be like, oh my god,
right. That's the point.
Cook. Like you shouldn't say that.
That's the point I'm making. It's not like you got to have 8 guys to rush 8. All of them got to be able to. But some teams have that though.
Yeah.
Just saying. No excuses.
Especially week 8, no excuses.
You can't stop. You can't. The problem I have with some of the Bucs fans is they keep trying to find a reason to make it make sense. Like what more? How many games do you need to see? The D-line's not good. They're good in spurts, they here and there, but it's not. There's no consistency with D-line. There's no consistency. I mean, come on, Greg Gaines, William Ghost. What are we going? What are we doing here? What are we doing here?
And Golson getting worse every year.
Anthony Nelson. What are you wrong with that?
I forgot about Anthony.
That's what I'm saying, bro. That's exactly what I'm saying. What are we
how
doing here?
happy OCs must get when they see our second, third string D lineman out there?
You know, the sad part about it is the teams that run the ball against the Bucs 37% of the time, yards per carry, 5 yards a carry, and the teams are only running the ball 37% of the time. Let that sink in.
It's crazy. They don't have to run.
If the teams was turned up to 45 to 48%, we're going to get destroyed and wore down. Teams come to the game, we're going to pass the ball on the Bucs because we can just eat there. 62% of the time they pass the ball. Come on, man.
And that's exactly why they took Derrick Henry out the game. He was like, man, just be calm. We're going to put you back in late in the third, and then you just punish them.
He had like what, over 100 yards?
The game Monday was like last year. They came out in the first half, chucked the ball around last year. They chucked the ball around literally last year. Literally. And then in the second half, we're going to run the ball. The same game plan.
Yeah.
Like, what are we doing here? Come on, Todd Bowles. What are we doing here? Frustrating.
It's very it is very frustrating, like the leaps and bounds of the just no D line. Like it's just not there.
And the minute the Bucs D line do anything halfway decent, it's blown out of proportion.
Yeah. Oh my God, top 10 now. They finally got it together. No.
Hall. Oh my gosh. Really?
Look at Hall, 2 sacks. What? Are you serious right now?
The bar set that low that anything we do, they just automatically just jump for joy. Like, Jesus Christ. Yeah. Oh, Joe Tryon with the pressure. Okay, man. What are we doing here?
It's just another thing too. Like, do we draft like D linemen that are like just like these front guys that just don't have stamina?
I don't know.
Do all these guys like have to be out like that long, like to regain it? Like, is there no oxygen on the sideline or anything?
That's why I'm starting to wonder what's going on with this training staff. What the conditioning coaches? What are y'all doing? These guys practicing 100+ heat all summer, and then they come out in the season and be gassed.
Like,
how does that happen?
Gassed the third play on like that defensive line. Like, there's a problem. Like, it's like not there. Like, I shouldn't see these guys like huffing and puffing for air like the third play of the drive. Like, they should be like out the game for 2 or 3 series at a time, trying to get like their stamina back.
That's what I'm saying. The heat is supposed to be our advantage, and it's not. It's not. I don't know, fellas. I'm gonna go clock in, man. It's been good rapping with y'all. I'll get with y'all next time.
All right, man.
All right, peace.
Like, you got to have a pass rush. You want to win a championship.
Yeah. And like King Cook said in the thing, he was like, not even like the best D lines like rotate 8 guys.
The Bucs just seem like to get that right for whatever reason.
Like, is there any other team that rotates as much as we do? I haven't seen it. I don't see Bosa out for 3 series at a time. Garrett, like, I don't see like any of these like top guys just like
you don't
out.
have high level pass rushers. That's the problem.
Yeah. And that's sad because these guys do less work and they're gassed out more. Like Myles Garrett and Bosa, like they are like playing high level all the time. Like they should be like off the field like way more than our guys who like barely even play.
Well, I mean, one thing I will say about this game, and we'll switch over to this game right here. We're going to see the MVP candidate Baker Mayfield perform. Like, we got to see him perform.
Yeah. He has to go over the top because the offense has to carry the defense.
If you're going to be in the MVP conversation, these are the games where, we got to see the MVP.
Yeah.
And look, I'm rooting. Don't get me wrong, but it's going to be tough. Like, the Baker Bros out there, they're gonna, they're gonna make some type of like narrative, but no, we got to see MVP because MVP means your performance is sustained and always going to be consistent and always mostly likely at a high level at all times or most of the time. Yeah. You might have a couple of stingers here and there, but when you look at the totality of the situation, the Bucs are 4-3, so it's not like the Bucs are in a situation where it's they're not playing for anything; they playing for the NFC South Championship, right? So if Baker can just cut down on the bad plays, and just manage the game. This is where you got to manage the game.
Yeah. Just don't turn over the ball. Just,
yeah.
I mean, you ain't got to win us a game, but you can't lose the game for us. Like, I think that's the approach it has to be.
Yeah,
Like,
if you're an MVP, you're able, like, if you are MVP quarterback, you could put the game on your back and not cost your team the game.
yeah. To me, an MVP type quarterback, he would be able to put this team on his back right now, and he could by himself, he can pull off 7 wins by himself. Like I've always said, like Drew Brees and Aaron Rodgers, the year after they won each other's Super Bowl, their career was just a waste with padding stats, but like he failed to get back to that point. But they just put up numbers year in and year out, but never really won anything. But I mean, that's what made me think that they were elite, because that stretch where New Orleans went 79 for consecutive years, that was all Drew Brees.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, that's my definition of like an MVP or elite quarterback.
Yeah, I agree.
And what Baker has never been. Even with a top 5 O-line, top 5 run game, he's never been that guy.
And the media and these Bucs fans want to put him there.
And right now, we've said on this panel for the last 2 seasons, last year and this year, too much has to go right for Baker to look good. Like, I mean, you obviously got to be able to run the ball for him to look good. Then, everybody's saying, oh, look how he's throwing the ball last year. And this year, look how comfortable he looks and stuff like that. But I'm just like, okay, we're 4-3 when we should maybe be 5-2 or maybe
when the running game is really good, a la Cleveland, this is the best version. This is the best version of Baker Mayfield. The best version of Baker Mayfield is when the running game is really good. A la when he was with Cleveland, top 5 run game, top 5. It's literally the replication of, like, why can't people just do simple research?
Yeah.
Just when Cleveland had a top 10 run game, a top 5 running back, Baker was
top 10 offensive line.
Like, this is simple, folks. It's simple. So
and then,
the way Baker playing right now, it shouldn't be surprising, because he has the ingredients of what transpired in Cleveland.
Yeah. Well, this game right here is honestly, to me, it is a must win, because for one thing, right? Because if you win this game, you're kind of in a comfortable situation where you just got to win as much as you can, and you can win number 1, and you can be number 1 in your division. If Atlanta beats us, I think they're going to win. If Atlanta beats us this game, I think they're going to win the division.
The division over is there.
Yeah, and the wild card is not even a question, because the Vikings and Green Bay are probably going to take that over, if not some other team, because I think those 2 teams are better than us. So if we can't afford to like try to go for a wild card spot, our mindset is division or nothing, because I don't see us getting a wild card spot if we lose this game. So this game is a must win, and the motivation for like these players like has to be there. Like, I have to see like motivation, like play, like you got to play for that, because playing for Tampa, playing for this and that isn't working.
So the Falcons are 3-0 right now. They are 3-0 in the division right now.
Yep.
If they beat the Bucs,
that's 4-0.
That's 4-0, and then they got the tiebreaker if we tie with them. Shit.
So you got it. You have to win this game.
And you can't depend on wild card, because Green Bay and the Vikings are probably going to take those.
Oh man, so we can't have an 8-9-9 season.
You got to win.
Because Green Bay and the Vikings are going to win their games, because they're just a better team than we are. They're better coached and everything. We are not getting a wild card spot if we lose this game. 100% guaranteed.
We have to win the division.
We have to. This game is a must win if we want any chance in the playoffs.
Well, hold on, but Green. Oh, never mind. You're right. Never mind. I just thought about something.
The NFC North is crazy right now.
Yeah,
like all of those teams could go to the playoffs.
Detroit, Green Bay, and Minnesota.
Well, but Chicago 4-2.
Yeah, Chicago 4-2. That whole team could go to the playoffs and get those wild card spots. That's
crazy that sound. Is Caleb Williams starting to hit the ground a little bit, or starting to find his stride a little bit, or?
Yeah, but I still think Chicago defense is ridiculous.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. But
now Matt Eberflus can coach defenses, just can he be a head coach?
Yeah.
So that NFC North division is crazy, because all 4 teams got 4 more wins. So we have to win the division.
Yeah, we have to win the division, or wild card isn't even in our
No, it's not even it's not even going to be consideration.
If we get a wild card, we probably could have probably minimum have to win 10 or 11 games.
Yeah,
I don't think it's going to happen.
Todd Bowles, you can't see that. You don't see that happening.
So what? Okay, if that's the question, if Todd Bowles pulls another 8-9, 9-8 season, then what?
He gotta go. You gotta clean your house at that point.
He does have to go.
You gotta clean your house. Like, sorry, you clean house all the way around. Him, the GM, you clean everything out. Start over from scratch. Like, you just need a whole new face, rebuild. Like, I think it's time to get new blood in if that happens. Like, I mean, we just can't sit here and just accept 89 or 9 wins every year and then hope you catch a team at the wrong time in the playoffs to say, oh, well, we was a touchdown away from being in the NFC title game. No, it don't work like that.
Because the Falcons are only going to get better, in my opinion.
Yeah.
They're going to start finding their stride.
What's that?
They have the easier schedule, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, they have the easier schedule.
Yeah, but their problem is, the problem is with them, though, they don't have a pass rush or they can stop the run. They kind of in the same. The defense is kind of similar to us, but they got good pieces on their defense to work with. In a sense, that's the difference, in my opinion. But like I said, it's a must win. But I don't know how they're gonna do it. I mean, I think they're just gonna have to run. They're gonna have to run the ball and commit to running the ball and just control the line of scrimmage. I think if they do that, I really do believe that they can come away on top of this game Sunday. But I don't know what the OC is gonna do. Like, I just really just got this feeling he's still going, even with Godwin and Mike Evans not there, he's still gonna want to come out there and just try to throw the ball around, pass. Like, it might be a opening drive where they literally just walk down the field and score. Like, the first 10 to 15 plays look good, and then after that they just go into a stall. Like, just, we're gonna do this.
Yeah, because if you look at it, so we have the tiebreaker with Washington. They're probably going to win their division, so it doesn't matter. We have the tiebreaker with Detroit. They're going to win their division. It doesn't matter. The only other team that we have a tiebreaker on that could help us in a wild card is the Eagles, because they're 4-2 right now.
Yeah.
So that's the only thing that, like, we can look at, because we don't verse Green Bay or Minnesota this year. So
what's the but this thing though, what's the difference in Atlanta's schedule and our schedule for the remainder of the year?
They got worse teams than we do.
But they did play. We all played Kansas City.
Yeah.
We're playing the AFC West this year. What is it? The AFC West and NFC East.
Yep.
So they got us, then the Cowboys.
I'll give you the schedule right here. I'll tell you the schedule. Hold on a second. I'll break it down for you, because it's gonna be tight, man. It's gonna be tight, and the Bucs can't have no. Like, unfortunately, the situation the Bucs in is terrible, because we can't afford a lot of mistakes. So the next few games for the Falcons, I'll give you the rest of the schedule. They got the Bucs, of course, Sunday. Then they got the Cowboys at home. They got to go to the Saints. They'll beat them. The Broncos, that's a tough game. That's in Denver.
Broncos might sweep us.
Then they got the Chargers at home. They got to go to Minnesota, and then they got the Raiders. They'll get that game in LA. Vegas. I'm sorry, Vegas. Then they got the Giants at home. They should be able to get that game. They got the Commanders. They got Washington. I don't know if Washington's going to be sustained their play. And then they got the Panthers. So you tell me. So let me see. Let's count the sure victories just based on the team they playing.
Cowboys.
Panthers, right? Panthers, Giants, Raiders, Saints. So that's 4 games. So they got 4. They're 4-3 right now. So you give them 4 more games of the teams that they're supposed to be, right? Those 4 bad teams.
Yeah.
That's 8 wins. And then the rest of the games that question marks is the Cowboys, that's 1. The Broncos is 2. The Chargers is 3. And the Commanders is 4. So out of those 4 games, if they go 2-2, that's 10-7.
Yeah.
So you got to give them 4 games. That's just based on the bad teams. Just like the Bucs. The Bucs have a couple bad teams. They got the Panthers twice. They got the Saints again, right? So that's 3 games right there. They got the Giants. That's 4. So that's 8 wins right there. And then you got the Chargers, the Cowboys, Let me go
The
back.
Chiefs. Did you say Chiefs?
No, I'm just talking about the back end.
Oh, gotcha.
So, all right. So look at our schedule. We got the Falcons at home. We got the Chiefs, 49ers at home. We got the Giants. That's a guarantee. That's just based on just the team, right? The Giants will just say the dub. Panthers a dub. Raiders dub. Panthers again dub. So that's 4 automatic dubs. That'll put us at 8 wins. Well, then you got the Saints. That should be a dub. So that's 9. So we're gonna have to figure out that Cowboys game and that Chargers game.
Yeah. Well, but it starts.
The Falcons could get more wins than us, like on paper standpoint.
Yeah, the Falcons.
It starts Sunday with this game. You got to beat Atlanta though. Bottom line.
Yeah, you have to. Yeah, you
got to win that game. And I think the rest will take care of itself. Like you split with them, and like I said, Atlanta is. I mean, you saw what they did last Sunday. You saw how Seattle came out of nowhere and beat their ass, and we thought Seattle was pretenders, and they just came into Atlanta house and just beat them up.
I do think a lot of people got healthy at the right time for the Seahawks, though. Like during that game, they had
look how many players left out that game too. They was healthy, but then look how many players you lost that game.
Yeah,
because you lost DK and a D lineman and a linebacker, a safety. Because they had multiple backups. And I know they were missing their starting safety. I know that. Like it was 2 of their secondary members were out. I do know that. And then like you lost another player during that game and DK McCall. So I mean, but the fact that they went into Atlanta and beat them, I was just like, okay, so injury's not gonna be an excuse, but we just gotta show up and play.
First team to 9 wins, man.
Yeah, pretty much.
Just as I kind of expected, 9 wins.
But I really do think like this game too. Like if the Falcons win, I think it seals our.
That seals our season. You might as well just go ahead and even if you won out the rest, I just can't see that happening.
Because
well, if just based on what the results is, these next 4 games, or next 3 games. I'm sorry, next 3 games. You hope for 1 and 2. Right.
And the one has to be the Falcons.
Yeah, the one got to be the Falcons. Yeah.
You can't go 0-3.
No.
I mean, I honestly said from the Baltimore game through the San Francisco game, I looked at it, you gotta go 500 in that stretch. But then you have to take into consideration the injuries that occurred, like with Evans and Godwin's going down. Like, I'm like, I mean, you confidently could say like, oh, they'll go 2-2 in that stretch easily. Like, I mean, I had Baltimore as a loss. I said, you got a rematch with Atlanta. I said, if everybody's back healthy, I said, that should be a win. Kansas City, we not beating Taylor Swift or the refs. I think you would get
Steve Spagnuolo, honestly.
I was just gonna say Taylor Swift and the refs because all them games. I mean, Kansas City you can make the argument Kansas City could be 2-4 right now.
Tell me why the Rams going to beat the Vikings.
Say what?
Tell me why the Rams going to beat the Vikings.
Little Birdie told me that Sam Darnold's coming back to reality.
Well, like about playing games, but Sean, difference of this game, I've been watching, the difference of this game was quarterback.
And getting Puka back, I think, too, is a big thing to help.
Yeah, but he wasn't a big fact. Like, he wasn't like, oh my gosh, Stafford with the Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp only got 4 catches. But the one catch in the crunch time to convert a 3rd down, he went to Cooper Kupp 27 yards. Cooper Kupp got 4 catches.
Yeah, Matthew got 4 touchdowns, and then.
But the difference is a quarterback. That's the difference of the game. Quarterback. Yeah. This is why I'm looking at Baker. I'm like, he can't get into this. I'm that guy. Like these next 3 games, you can't play like that.
No, he just got to show up and just play and be the leader of the offense, and just take command of the huddle. Like that's all I need him to do.
It's going to be hard to suffice him putting up big numbers with receivers that he don't have a lot of chemistry with.
I mean, but let's be honest. Like, has he really put up big numbers all year? Let's just be for real. Like, he looked good in the first game, but didn't break 300. Like, the games that he's thrown over 300 yards, it's been pretty much a blowout in garbage time. Like, I mean, they was talking about when he threw for 370 against Baltimore. I'm like, that's garbage time.
Yeah,
I mean,
the starters were out.
Like we knew that the Ravens game was 150. That was pure garbage.
I mean, shoot, it's like when Baltimore put 7 up, they never look back. They just
scored 34 straight points from the second quarter to the third quarter, and then when Baker started going, and the Bucs scored 21 in the fourth quarter. But remember, it had no effect on the outcome of the game.
They weren't worried.
No,
They weren't
I
worried
mean,
at all.
we was down. When we was down what 17? Well, at what 20? We was down at one point. What it got to what 30? What do we got up to 34-10 at one point?
It was 34-10, and then in the fourth quarter, I think it got one point was at 41-17.
Yeah, 41-17. It got to that at one point.
Chucked the ball, and it had no outcome. It had no effect. The 3-7 meant nothing.
They never put Lamar back in. They didn't care. They
in the Ravens defense, they when things started kind of getting kind of crazy, the Ravens was not trying to get injuries. They were trying to get out the game.
Yeah. I mean, I thought Tampa would have did that. Like, hey, let's just get this game. We done lost. Let's just get it over with. Like, I mean, I know you guys mentioned, but I still don't get how Mike even played that week. Like, he was dealing with a hamstring injury the week before, and then in practice, like, I still was shocked that he played. Like, I think they were just trying. I think really they were just trying to get that 100 touchdown on Monday Night Football. I think that's what that was, in my honest opinion. And at what cost was it worth doing that? I mean, I think you could. I mean, to me, obviously the Atlanta game was more important than the Monday night game against Baltimore because it was a divisional game. You needed that more than anything.
Yeah, but it was just a dangerous game that the Bucs played, and it got burned. They was trying to come back, but there was I think it was like 1% chance, but you don't chase that at the risk of your players. Because the risk reward is not there. If it was like, okay, if the scenario is a little bit more like made more sense, I get there was a chance. Man, it wasn't worth like the chances of you hurting the team was higher than you trying to win the game.
Yeah, if it's like a minute and 30 left and you're down 1 score, I understand.
Yeah, you were still down by 2 possessions.
Yeah, you down by 2 possessions and like under like 2 minutes.
That's my point. The probability and the risk didn't make sense. Like, look,
you had no timeouts too at that.
You want to play 60 minutes. You want your guys to finish strong, but you got to know when. Okay, let's just get out this game.
Now you deflated them.
The smart thing to do would have been just run the ball and just get out the game because Baltimore wasn't trying to do anything else. They were not. They was in complete control of that game after the second quarter, and you could tell in the fourth quarter they was not trying to do anything outrageous to hurt themselves. They played soft coverage. They wasn't trying to get their guys in injury situations, but the Bucs was fighting hard. And when you fight like that, trying to come back, the injury risk goes up.
Yeah.
So
they took out their key players, just like we should have took out our key players.
Stubbornness, because you think, we can come back and win the game. There's a chance. Yeah, it is a chance. There's also a chance that you get somebody hurt. Hey, Chris Brown. Okay, but Chris Godwin hurt out for the season. That's the
and now you look stupid.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the risk you take when you do that. I'm trying to fight that. Yes, a 1% chance probability that we can win. You gonna take that risk? Come on, man. This ain't remember the Colts and Bucs game when the Bucs was winning 35-3 or something like that?
Oh, you talking about that Monday night comeback when they was up by 21. They was up 35-14, and they came back in 4 minutes.
Yeah, so I guess they was hoping for a game like that.
Yeah.
That wasn't going to happen. You didn't have the sheriff as your quarterback. You have Peyton Manning and two worthy Hall of Fame, like a Hall of Fame running back and 2 Hall of Fame receivers.
Have we, outside of like Tom Brady, actually even like came back from like trailing? Like trailing like in the fourth quarter? I don't even think like we've even like
I don't recall ever coming back out like either. Yeah, I mean, I like when they beat Atlanta in the COVID season when they came back and beat them, and then all of 2022 when they beat the Saints and the Rams in those comeback games. That's about it. Like I don't ever recall, coming back and beating somebody like that. Maybe. Atlanta or something with Jameis, like when they came back and won his rookie year.
Yeah, I don't.
I mean, outside of that, I don't never recall coming back.
That's what I'm
anybody.
saying. Like, we don't have like that history for him to like be doing all like just get your guys out. Like, you have an important game the next week that is a must win.
Yeah.
And you knew you were going to lose that game. Like, if Godwin's healthy right now, like our chances even more, but he's not.
Oh yeah. Oh,
No,
I'd be. If Godwin wouldn't have been hurt, I'd be like, man, I'd be saying, oh, this finna be a shootout. That's where I would be at. I like this gonna be a shootout because I'd be like, hey, they gonna focus on Godwin, but we got speed now. We could take your shots deep, but I don't know how they gonna approach that with those two safeties Atlanta got.
Yeah, now, yeah, I'm worried that Justice Simmons and Bates are just gonna, they're gonna
play center.
They got third string wide receivers out there.
It's gonna be a struggle. I think we can agree with that.
Yeah, 100%. But it's gonna come down to Will and who wants it more. And I think, me personally, looking at it right now, I think Raheem wants it more.
Oh yeah, I mean he got that win out the way. I guess that's his revenge factor. Because he really wanted that first game, and like I said, when I left, I said, don't worry, Raheem, you got to come to Tampa. We got you down there. Trust me. This ain't gonna happen next time. Because I was just like, even when Levante got that interception, I still was like, oh, it ain't over with. They still got all 3 timeouts. And I'm like, I hope they don't think a field goal gonna just seal it. Because can you imagine if they would have kicked the field goal, went up by 6, and then kicked it off, and they would have had a walk-off touchdown in the final minutes of the game, final seconds of the game? Can you imagine that?
And they attacked that middle of the field.
Jared Verse with another sack.
Dang.
State, baby.
I'm sorry. No, Brian Young, another young guy, a second-year player. See what I'm saying? When I see these pass rushers, man, I'll be looking at the Bucs like, why can't we get guys like this?
Why is it so hard? And hey, look, they're gonna be in the game the next play too. They ain't gonna be on the sideline waiting.
It wasn't Jared. It was Brian Young, a second-year player, D tackle. Brayton Frisk got some pressure. Then the second-year player came and cleaned up. Jesus Christ, the Rams got some good young pass rushers. My gosh, they wiry. They wiry as hell.
The Rams always knew how to draft pass rushers. I don't know what it is, but they always sit on their pass rushers.
You remember that line they had before they started with McVay? At one point, you had Aaron Donald and Chris Long and Robert Quinn.
Oh yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah,
that's crazy. They was all on the same.
Never had a stacked D line.
Say what now?
Oh, I was saying they never had a non-stacked D line.
Yeah.
Well, it's like the Rams back-to-back years they drafted 4 guys, 2 last year and 2 this year, and they hit on all 4 of them.
That's like
what are we doing wrong?
That's the big thing.
They hit on all 4. They hit on Brian Young, Colby Turner, Brayton Frisk, and Jared Verse.
All starting.
All starting. Like, what in the world? How did they do that?
And didn't they just get a first-round draft picks back this year?
Yeah, how in the world they got 4 defensive linemen in 2 years?
No, that's crazy. How do you do that with no first-round pick? That's crazy.
And they're wiry, and they're wiry, and they're active with their hands and their feet. It's like, what the? Meanwhile, we sitting here with Greg Gaines and William Golson.
That who that for life says coaching. That D line coach got to be something. The D, whatever. I don't know, but I mean,
and they only rush 4. They only rush 4.
Yeah, they don't really blitz like that, do they?
But they get pressure with 4. Something we can't do.
That opens up so much. Blitz, if you don't have to blitz, because blitzing can hurt you more than it can help you.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like if you blitz and you don't get there, you're screwed.
Now we live and die by the blitz. That's the messed up part about it. And it ain't like it's no exotic blitz. You're gonna either blitz up the middle or you're gonna send somebody on the outside and you show it every time. It ain't like you gonna hide it. You just gonna, hey, we coming.
Is it me or the Bucs D-line coach? They don't do TE stunts really well.
Have we even ran a stunt?
I've never seen the stunning. Like they don't do that. I see it, but I'm saying it's like they don't do it well.
I mean, they make it obvious when they finna run a stunt when they slide via out there on the tackle. You make it dead obvious when they finna run a stunt, or when they just put one man to one side and put the three over there in front of the tackle, dead obvious what you about to do.
Yeah, you
Like,
know how noticeable it is. Like I feel like every time like that stuff happens, like the quarterback calls an audible. He's like, oh, we got him now. Like we know what they're about to do. Let me call this play real quick. Boom, first down.
it'd be dead obvious. It may be a work on a young quarterback, but it's just like if they don't get there, it's finna be ugly.
And the big thing is too, it's like really good D line makes like your trash secondary look average or above.
Yes.
But the other way around, it doesn't work as well as the other way around because the quarterback can just run out. Like if your secondary is like really good, like they can just run out and get some yards because your D line's not great. There's no contain or anything. But like if the quarterback can't process the first read because he got pressure in his face, I want that every time over.
Boy, Sean McVay can coach, boy. Jesus Christ.
He can coach. He can coach you out of anything.
My goodness. I mean, coming into the game, the Vikings was a better team, but the better coach was Sean McVay.
Yeah. And Brian Flores ain't no slouch either.
No, Sean McVay made Brian Flores' defense look crazy.
Yeah.
Or Matthew Stafford, I mean, if you got a quarterback like that, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes a difference.
Yeah, but that Rams D-line, my gosh, they got 4 young guys in 2 years.
And I bet you they watched good tape on that too. I bet you they really like study the tape of like what the Lions did well against the Vikings as well.
I just love teams. And I'm an offensive guy, but I just love to see D linemen. When I see teams with 4, like you got your 4 guys, and then you got the 2 or 3 and behind them that can just get to the quarterback. And I have yet to see that with the Bucs. That's what.
Do the Rams do 4-3?
They like a nickel, but it's a 4-3.
We're on a base 4-3.
Do you think that's like just better nowadays than a 3-4?
Well, what teams are doing with this college style offense, if you run a 4-3, you got to have your DN needs to be flexible to stand up in the 2-point stance.
Yeah,
that's the key. So that way you can kind of like offset strong side runs and weak side runs too. That's why they got Jared Verse. He's a really good run defender too.
But you also got to have pressure in the inside too, because
Kobe Turner.
Yeah. Yep, you got to have that nowadays.
I'm just trying to see how outdated like our defense actually is compared.
It's not very outdated.
It's very. I mean, think about it. With all due respect, like when they got Veal, like dude, he was not really known for pass rushing. Just stuff in the run. I mean, occasionally he'll get you some pressure, but how consistently is that? And then he can't play greater than 50% of the snaps.
A good point by King Cook, and I'm gonna add on to what King Cook said. This is the reason why the Dick LeBeau, the Rex Ryan got phased out, because they blitz so much where you put your team in a really bad situation. And those type of defensive coordinators either get phased out or like they're very old school blitz heavy, right? Or Dick LeBeau and the Rex Ryan, they will never get jobs again. Like Todd Bowles, his defense is pretty much on the end game. It's the end game. It's going to be phased out. Like,
and he's had everything you could possibly have. The guys that are playing in his defense are people that he wanted.
Right. And but think about it is the thing about when his blitzing scheme, how much can you change? You can't change that. You can't just say, I'm going to change it 1,000 ways. No, because the more, if you change your style of defense, or in Todd Bowles' case, the reason why it's not looking good for the last couple of years is because you can't implement so many changes. You can move the players around, but you can't change what you're trying to do and where you're coming from.
But do you think maybe he does that a lot, and that's why the players have miscues because their coach?
Because there's so much going on. Because you put so much on the player's plate. The whoever's blitzing, you got to know. You got to come from 5 yards, 3 yards, 7 yards away, and you got to make sure the guy behind you understands the zone that he's supposed to cover when he blitz. Because if you blitz, there's 2 different blitzes. You got zone blitz, you got man blitz. Yeah. Right. So the Bucs, when they blitz, they run zone blitzing.
We have a lot of zone blitzes, and it's really
that's too much. That's really they have a field day with that.
And that's what I was saying. Like in the like on these people like on Twitter, these like delusional Bucs fans, maybe the miscue isn't the players. It's the coach.
It's too much.
His scheme
he's
is
deceiving his own players.
His scheme is so complex and so outdated that these new players just they come from like college and stuff. Like, they're not gonna get all that crap. They're not gonna get all that.
And then a competent OC, Todd Monken, Sean Payton, you know, Zach
Andy
Robinson,
Reid.
they're gonna eat that up.
Yeah.
Have a field day.
And
Like,
you're
don't
not
be surprised.
versing a rookie quarterback every game.
Don't be surprised Kirk Cousins has a 280 plus game.
And he's already played the defense like once, so he's
Right.
gonna.
It wasn't even the
they're not
full game.
changing
Even
anything.
Kirk Cousins said that he wasn't himself really until that game. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's weird.
Why are we the get right game for QBs?
Well, I don't know why, but that's been like that for a long time. That ain't just started. Neither. It's been like that for years.
We are the get right game for QBs in a slump.
I mean, but what really gets me though, with all that being said, with Kirk Cousins, it wasn't like they did anything special. They ran slants in a dig route the entire game. Motion the guy. I mean, it was just crazy. Like, the only time they got to stop was those little quick outs and stuff. But what really got me was like, dude, y'all sit back there and let him complete passes all day on 3rd and 4th down. It wasn't like it was short 3rd and 2s and stuff. These were a boatload of 3rd and 7, 3rd and 8s or greater every time, and he had all day to throw. You blitzed everybody, he still had time to throw and hit the man coming wide open.
Todd Bowles can't handle when a running back is smart and can pick up his blitz. He can't if the offensive line and like the running backs are competent and their blitz gets picked up, he does not know what to do. He can't fathom like anyone like picking up his blitz. And like, I shouldn't be worried if it's 3rd and 16. Why am I still worried?
That, bro, it's been like that for a very long time.
Like, yeah, like with his defense, if it's 3rd and 20, 3rd and like, it could be 3rd and 3rd. Like, why I shouldn't still be worried? Like that.
Like, you should be like, oh, they finna get off the, like, I ain't come. Like, dude, when they played Atlanta last time, one time they had them on 4th and fucking 15. Excuse my language. 4th and 15, and you let them get. He just like, oh, 4th and 15. Oh, that's nothing. Boom. Ran a simple dig route, 1st down.
And it was like that one Ravens game too, right? Wasn't it like 3rd and 20 and they got in the field goal range?
Yeah. Ran that little seam route to the tight. When the seam route right down the middle.
No, that would it was like 3rd and like 25, and they did a dump off to the right to Justice Hill. He got 18 yards. And
I remember that.
That is ridiculous.
They was just like that. That's the other thing. Baltimore didn't do nothing special. Dump off, little screen to the running back. Now everybody on that defense made a business decision every time Derrick Henry got in space. I mean, that was blatantly obvious. Like, Winfield Jr., when he broke that 87-yard run, I was just like, dude, what are you doing?
It was bad. Go watch the tape. It was bad. Like, the tackling in the second half for the Bucs stopping the run was bad.
I mean, but it's the crazy thing though. Outside of those 2 big long runs he broke, I thought they contained him pretty well. Crazy as that sounds. I mean, he ran for what, 160 yards or something?
Like 17 carries though.
This is
what I'm saying. You take away those 2 big, that 87-yard and that 40-yard run, he didn't do. I mean, he really didn't do nothing.
Right. But the game plan for the Ravens was exactly what happened.
Yeah.
They didn't need Derrick Henry. They didn't need him.
You know, they did exactly what the game plan for the first quarter. The Bucs was dictating the game, the outcome of the game in the first quarter. But the 2nd and 3rd quarter, in the beginning of the 4th, the Ravens dictated the game. So what we saw in the second half with Derrick Henry, you can't be surprised. Like, you knew this was coming.
And now what's bad too is with the Falcons game is Bijan doesn't have to work the first half. Honestly, they can rest Bijan until our defense is tired in like the second half.
Remember what I said at halftime in that game with the Falcons? I said, I was like, look, the Bucs are playing.
They run the game down though. That's what was so crazy about that.
Right. I was like, man, I was like, man, the Bucs left some meat on that bone. I'm like, man, let's see what Raheem. I said Raheem Morris is going to make the adjustments defensively in what the Bucs are doing. And to me, Liam Cohen got stuck in the rut, like he didn't know what else to do in the second half because Atlanta dominated the second half. Like Raheem Morris and Jimmy Lake, their defensive adjustments, like Baker, like it just didn't make any sense because the first half the Bucs, and I said this a few games, the Bucs like the front run. They like the front run sometimes. And it's like you can't just play the first and second quarter. You have to play the third and fourth quarter as well. And that game in the Falcons is literally a prime example of the Bucs was front running that game.
Yeah.
You knew the Falcons was going to do something in the second half. And before you know it, Kirk Cousins 500 some yards. Like, what?
I mean, that was crazy. Like, they showed his stats right before halftime. Like, I forgot, it was a drive where I just happened to look up at the scoreboard, and it said, I'm like, damn, he already at 229 yards passing. Like, that was kind of mind blowing to me. Like, when they got to it was like, I wouldn't say it was just past the middle of the second quarter, and he already over 220 yards passing. And it really, and the crazy thing is, it didn't even seem like sitting there watching that game. Like, it didn't even seem like, I'm like, damn, he racking up that many yards.
And then at halftime, it was 24-17. The Bucs scored 6 points in the second half. The Falcons scored 19.
Ridiculous.
Kicked 2 friggin' field goals. And it's just like you was in, like, they went away from trying to target Evans anymore. Like, you took a shot downfield quick with him, it worked. And I was just like, okay, why you didn't do that no more? And then I still can't get over that one deep shot you took was with Sterling Shepard. Now I get that Palmer and McMillan were out. I get that, but I was just like, you mean to tell me you can't let Mike run a deep ball? Like, at least a 50-50 ball? Because, I mean, when they scored that second touchdown, I mean, they saw that at the line, like, because that cornerback went out, and I saw that sitting in the stand. I was like, oh, yeah, that's a mismatch. When the guy, Mike, was inverted in the slot and took off, I said, that's a mismatch. Mm-hmm. And Mike got behind him and ran in that corner, and it was all she wrote.
And that was funny because that was Antonio, the guy he played for the Cardinals, and he gave up 2 first-half touchdowns. But in the second half, that didn't happen because they rotated the safeties.
Was that one play in the I don't know if it was the first, second half. I can't remember if Baker didn't have time or not, but you saw that one play where Mike got behind him and was waving his hand and Baker just didn't.
Yeah, but that was
man, you know how many times Mike was behind them guys, man.
No, Baker was looking somewhere else. Like, if you go back and watch the tape,
he was like, believe it or not, he was trying to
that wasn't even part of his read.
That's
like but the Atlanta game, you like low key, he was looking at Shepard a lot, believe it or not. I mean, I couldn't believe it. Now, I mean, I give him my props to him. That touchdown he threw to him in the end zone, I can't even lie. He threw a rope to him like that. That was pretty. Like, he threw it in between 2 defenders. Like, I mean, it just literally went right into his chest, like, perfectly. I was like, damn, he threw a bullet into it pretty. Mm-hmm. I mean, but I don't know how but I just don't know what to expect Sunday. Like, are you going to force feed Shepard on pass plays? Are you going to take shots deep? Like, I am curious to see what they do. I mean, can they come up with a good scheme? I mean, Atlanta's probably thinking like, hey, we're going to load the box up. I mean, maybe that'll give you some one-on-one matchups that, hey, you got to step up and win that matchup.
That's the big issue is Atlanta knows that they just have to get off the field with no points scored for a couple drives because they know the defense is the weak part. And
but Atlanta defense is weak too. They can't, like, that's why I said, like, they can't stop the run or generate a pass rush. Like, if Grady don't make a play, they can't get to the pass rusher.
You're right, but with our third string wide receivers out there, I think the safeties I think the safeties are going to win the matchup.
Yeah, but I mean, look at what you saw what Seattle did to him. Believe it or not, I mean, DK had 99 yards before he got hurt, but I mean, outside of that, though, he wasn't doing anything.
You're right.
So I mean, it's not to say that we're Seattle, but I mean, there's a chance that we can make some plays. It's just will they step up to the plate and make those plays?
I think it's just worse because, like, it's a division game, so it's going to be harder, and they just know us so well.
Yeah.
They know our play.
And then you just played them 2 weeks ago. That's what's so crazy. Like, I hate that they had the schedule like that where they played them like this on a short week, and then it's like we played them both on a short week. On a Thursday, then we play them then had a Monday night game, and then got to turn around and play them on a Sunday. Like,
that's weird.
Yeah, schedule has always been freaking whack for some reason.
Like, I've never known us to play a divisional game. Like, I mean, last time we played somebody in like after you play them, you play a game, and then like we played them in 3 weeks. Like last time we did something like that with the Saints, we played them played them 1 week and then played them 2 weeks later. Like I always thought that was weird. Like, I don't even get how you could even make a schedule like that.
So Atlanta defense, their total defense yards per game allowed is 336, 17th in the NFL, middle of the pack. They allow 24 points a game, which is 22nd. Opponent yards per game is 336, that's 17th. Opponent's yards per play, five yards a play, that's 14th. Opponent's third down conversion is 30th, which is only 46%. Red zone defense is 52%. They give up touchdowns, so that's 12th in the NFL. Their run defense
we're tight with them.
Their run defense is 25th in the NFL. Oh, I'm sorry. The opponent's percentage of rush plays is opponents run the ball 49% of the time against the Falcons. Opponent's rush yards per play is 4.4 yards a carry. That's 10th in the NFL. Opponent's rushes per game is 31 per game. That's 28th. Opponent's rush yards per game, total rush yards per game is 137, which is 24th. So you can run the ball on them.
Mm-hmm. Sean Tucker got to have a big game.
Now their pass defense, opponents throw the ball against them 50% of the time, which is the eighth least. Opponent's completion percentage is 72%. That's 32nd in the NFL. Last in the NFL is completion percentage. Opponent's pass yards per play, 6.6 yards per play, 8th in the NFL, the 8th fewest. So they don't give up a lot of yards through the air. Opponent's pass attempts per game is 31 a game. That's 16th in the NFL. Opponent's pass yards per game, 199 yards a game. That's 14th in the NFL. So they don't give up a lot of pass yards. They don't. I
think Raheem's going to come into this game like whose defense is better, and he's going to make Todd work for it. And I think he's going to tell his guys that just give them a few drives, no points, and our offense can do the rest. I think that's like really what it's going to come down to.
And that's interesting because Atlanta pass defense don't even allow 20 yards a game. Interesting.
Like you said, you got those two safeties back there. I do feel like if you had Mike, if you had Mike or Chris, I would feel a little bit better because even though he's the number one corner, I go after AJ Terrell. I mean, he's a good corner, but he's also in a way like the weakest link because up here you have a lot of Atlanta fans that don't like him.
Yep, Atlanta only allows 199 yards a game, 14 in the NFL. And meanwhile, the Bucs are 29th.
I guess
you mean to tell me after 3 weeks, 1,300 yards, we're 29th? I thought you were gonna say 31 or 30.
So Buccos, the question that you ask like a lot over like the last couple of years, and that's like what it's going to come down to is, what coach would you rather have in this game?
Oh man, that's say it like
that's what it's going to come down to.
I got the Bucs winning, but it's literally a toss up to be honest.
Yeah. I mean, I do believe Raheem has learned from his coaching mistakes. I mean, I don't know if you can kind of see it. You know what I'm saying? Like the fact that they made the adjustments on us, and we still seem to not want to make any adjustments at halftime in the games. Like, hey, well, we just gonna keep doing this. We ain't gonna adjust to nothing on the fly. Like, I don't get how you're a professional team and you can't make adjustments on the fly. Like, you see the adjustments. Like, I don't get that. Like, I don't get how how NFL coaching staff can't do that. Like, I don't care how bad the team is. There's no way you can sit there and tell me like you can't make the adjustments, or we still can do it. Oh, I believe we will. Give it time.
So you're saying,
the Bucs' total defense is 31st in the NFL. They allow 386 yards a game. And the team that's below them is the Saints at 32.
So you said we allowed 1,300 yards, and so it's going to be like it's going to be like 1,800 yards after this game. From what it's going to look like.
Now think about that for a second. The Saints allow 394 yards a game, and they're 2-5. The Bucs allow 386, and the Bucs are 4-3.
The coaching.
386 and 394, two of the worst defenses in the NFL. One of them is 4-3, and the other one's 2-5.
Somehow our coach is a little bit better than NSL.
And guess who's in front of the Bucs at 30?
Who?
Carolina.
Dang, that's crazy.
So basically, in our division, we got 3 of the 4 worst defenses in the NFL.
Yep. 3 of the worst.
So big buck. So when we come back to this, like, let's say if we do lose this game, we're going to come back to this, and I think we are all going to agree. I think we can foresee it now. Stubbornness is what's going to cost us this game. Yeah.
I mean, that cost you on Thursday night being stubborn. I mean, along with a few mistakes, but I mean, you have to. I mean, go ahead.
Meanwhile, the number 1 defense in total yards per game allowed is the Titans at 272. The problem with the Titans is the freaking quarterback. Will Levis is terrible.
Yeah, they don't got it.
If the Titans had 8 offense, the Titans will be at least.
I don't think they got a good OC either.
The Titans will be at least 5-2 if they had any offense, because they're the number 1 defense in the NFL. So the defense is really good. Jeffrey Simmons, shout out to him. I love him.
Jeffrey Simmons is really good.
That dude is good. Yeah.
And funny, I'm looking down this list here. The Giants, 12th in the NFL in total defense.
What is, if you don't mind me asking?
Dude, I said don't. Oh, go ahead. I was going to say something.
I don't know if you said this. What's Atlanta's turnover ranking? Like, how frequently do they turn the ball over?
Maybe once a game, but
that might be also a difference. Like what King Cook was saying. I think if like we have any shot, because we got 1 turnover that game.
Yeah, Levante. I mean, now they did drop several picks that game. I will say that you dropped about. Kirk Cousins could have possibly had 3 interceptions that game because Dean and McCullough both dropped the interception. I want to say Dean dropped 2 because the dude ran an out route and he slipped, but Dean standing right there hit him in his hand, but his hands was right there, but somehow the ball just hit him straight in the face instead of the hands. But he had his hands up, and McCullough dropped the interception too.
Did you get that, Bucko?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. That I think
the Cleveland Browns defense is 13th, and they're 1-6. The offense. I was looking at these teams. I'm like, teams with some bad records, their defense is good, but it's like
you don't have no quarterback.
The problem is the offense. But the
Bucs
were
polar opposite.
The Bucs got an offense, but the defense is terrible.
Dang.
It's interesting.
So instead of day and night, it's night and day over here.
Yep.
Right. It's very interesting. Very interesting. In scoring defense, the Bucs are 28th.
Literally, you can give us a middle, like the straight middle defense right now.
You give us a middle defense, we're top 5.
Yeah, we have 20th defense.
Because I mean, think about that. Like you can have a top 10 offense and a middle of the pack defense. You will make a deep run. That's been proven time and time and time.
If the Bucs had a defense of allowing only 23 points a game, that'll put them at 20, and they'll probably be 5-2, maybe 6-1.
And we can never have both. Like
Nope.
we can't have both. Like if we have a number 1 offense or like top 5 offense, we got that.
You got to have a bottom of the barrel defense.
We have to have the 31st defense. It's almost like something. Clearly, there's a coaching difference between Liam and Todd. It's
It don't mesh well. It don't mesh well.
Yeah. Liam does nothing over there on that defense. Clearly, he's all about focusing on the offense. So it's all Todd and Casey Rogers and like Larry Foote. Like that's Those are all three, and there's no excuses for Todd because those are his guys and those are his players. That's who he wanted on this team. He got the players that he wanted, and he got the coaches that he wanted.
The Bucs are fourth in points per game at 29 a game,
and we're
26.
And we're struggling.
That's crazy.
Like, why do we have to rely on our offense to outscore our defense?
That's insane. And guess who's last in scoring offense? Miami, 11 points a game.
Quarterback situation.
Yeah, quarterback.
Who would have thought that Miami would be 32nd in NFL in scoring?
I don't even think Tyreek Hill has like over 400 yards this year.
No, you're not even close to that.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at these. It's crazy. And well, I was talking about Tennessee. So Tennessee got the number one defense in the NFL, but their offense scores 17 points a game, which is 26.
And then on offense, who you had? D-Hop, Calvin Ridley,
and
who?
And Tyler Boyd.
That's a dude out of Arkansas, right?
No. Traylon Burks is on IR. Tyler Boyd is from Cincinnati, but he played.
Okay.
He played. His college ball was at can't remember the college he went to, but that's three good receivers, and you only getting 17 points a game. So D-Hop was like, "Get me out of here." If you watch Calvin Ridley interviews, Calvin Ridley like, man,
give me more targets. I'm like, you finna get them now?
Did they get rid of? They got rid of that linebacker, right? They traded. That they had.
I haven't heard of
I saw a linebacker got traded earlier this week. I can't remember his name though.
That's crazy.
And I was wondering why we didn't go grab him, but I forgot his name.
I mean, hell, if anything, I'd be happy if you go get that cornerback out of New England, Jackson. I'd be happy if you did that.
JC Jackson.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
that is crazy though that the Titans
we beat Detroit 20-16, but who's the better team?
Detroit. By mile.
They had a coaching error that cost them the game. A bad coaching error that's like, I don't think Dan Campbell will probably ever do that again, but the field goal, if they kick that field goal, they win that game. Let's be honest. Like what
I mean, and how many sacks did they have? How many sacks did Buddy have? Didn't he tie
like 5 in the first half, didn't he? First quarter, something like that? Aiden Hutchinson?
I mean, how many sacks did they finish the game with?
Like 7, I think.
7? I mean, because Baker was sacked 13 times?
Baker had no time that game at all.
I mean, which game was worse, Denver or Detroit?
I think the Broncos game was terrible.
Yeah. I don't know how you. Well, yeah, this Sean Payton. I can't. Like, we can be as prepared as possible, and this Sean Payton's still going to beat us.
He's 22-11, or 23-11 against the Bucs.
Bo Nix was like the luckiest person ever because he had the best coach.
And he still didn't throw a touchdown pass.
Nope.
And I remember that jump like yesterday. The following week, the dude looked so ass. Like this dude was like 3 of 17 for 45 yards, an interception and no touchdown. But yet he looked like an all-world against us.
Typical Todd Bowles.
Yeah, you remember we were hyping that defense too. Well, I wouldn't say you guys, but like for the first 3-4 weeks they didn't score a touchdown pass.
Shit.
But then yards still changed. The yards still changed everything. And it's just it's like it's crazy because like even in that Super Bowl run, did we even like have we had average? Was our defense average?
Yeah, it was average.
Average. So
I mean,
so when we get an average defense, we make a run. But
I mean, that's all you need is a middle. All you need is a middle of the. If you have a score, I mean, the Brady's first 2 years, what did that offense average? Damn near 28 points or better a game.
Yeah.
I mean, and you got a middle of the pack defense, you are finna make a run. But I mean, in my personal opinion, I'm glad we won. We just took advantage of the matchups, like defensively wise. We just took advantage of stuff. I mean, I just like I said, if you, I mean, with all due respect, you telling me that game wouldn't have been different with Green Bay or Kansas City if both of their offensive lines were healthy? Like, people get mad at me for saying that all the time, but I'm like, dude, it's blatant. Obviously, it was a difference of not being healthy.
Got bailed out.
What's that?
It's agreed. Our defense got bailed out with those injuries.
I mean, you can make the case. I mean, even the divisional game, they get mad at that. But I said Sean Payton threw that game on purpose just to show it was time to get rid of Drew Brees, but he didn't want to be the coach to get rid of Drew Brees. And I still stand by that statement all the 4 years later.
Yeah,
like, I really believe he threw that game.
You look at it too, like with these defenses, it's just Todd Bowles' track record, because like 2020, obviously, like big fluke in the, like, I wouldn't say fluke in the playoffs, but there was definitely things that happened to those teams that like we weren't a part of that helped us, obviously, with the injuries.
The ball fell your way multiple times. Like, I mean, how you go from number one run defense in 2019 and 32nd in the pass and still terrible against the pass in 2020 in the Super Bowl run? You still were suspect against the run.
And then 13-4.
I mean, pass. I'm sorry.
13-4. Our defense blew the game with the Rams. The final play, Todd Bowles, probably one of his worst play calls. It's an all-out blitz. Matthew Stafford.
And what was his excuse? Communication, like always. Like,
yeah, dude, communication costs us that. It seems like he can't put it on himself. He really, honestly, like, the more you think about it, he does throw his players under the bus. Like, the more you think about it, because he just says communication. He doesn't ever put it on himself. Like, I didn't call the right play.
I shouldn't have called that play. Like, he just couldn't come out and say it. Like, dude, come on.
You can't say that. And then all of a sudden, like downwards, ever since that 13-4, the defense just got worse, and it's worse.
I mean, everybody left too. I mean,
everybody, yeah, exactly. Everybody left, and the guys that he drafted to replace those guys just didn't pan out. Like, why is a young guy not producing more than like a 35-year-old?
Man,
like Sue, like why? Like the drop off with Sue not being there is actually crazy, and Sue was old. And then your outside linebackers, why is Joe Tryon not better than Shaq? And Shaq wasn't even like all world beater except for that one season.
That was an outlier, yeah. That.
So your pass, like, it just doesn't make any sense. Like you can't even replace the old dudes. Like, were they just that like insane? Like, I just don't.
I mean, can you honestly say that? What year did you truly have a pass rush?
Yeah.
I mean, I get he had Shaq led the league with 19 and a half sacks, but, you know, in clutch time, he disappeared. That was my argument in 2019. Like, dude, when we look at all those close games you lost.
Same with Bucko too. Like the sacks and bunches, and against average to above average tackles.
Yeah. When he went against the elite tackle, he was nowhere to be found.
So, like, our defense has struggled more, especially with the young guys. And then you say you draft these projects, and then you draft all this stuff. There's no replacement. Like, it's just been drop off after drop off, and it just comes to a point where it's like your scheme's outdated. Everyone has communication issues. Like, I don't understand like how it can be like your fourth year in this defense. Like, Whitehead was in this defense in 2019 when Todd Bowles got here. I mean, yeah, sure, he left, but he still knows it. All these guys know it. Levante has known it since 2019, and they're still like not having. They still don't know like what to do on a play.
I mean, think about this. 29. I mean, like I said, 2019 won against the pass. I mean, run against number one versus the run. 32nd against the pass. That says it all right there. And that was his first year. But when have you ever known Todd Bowles' defense to be good unless he already has players established there? Like, I mean, when he was the D coordinator in Arizona, look who he had that was already there. Like, you had some established players, and then you had some veterans on the back end of their career there too. I mean, you had Patrick Peterson in his prime there for a few years.
Yeah, those young players have people to learn from.
Yeah.
The quarterback can't learn from Levante David. I mean, they can. They can learn some things, but from their positions, you can't learn from Levante. And like, let's be real, those young guys on the D line, like, what really are you going to learn much from William Golston? Like,
he up there talking, like, he up there trying to learn stuff from Sue, and he ain't in his prime no more. Sue was like, 32 when he came to the Bucs or something like that. Like, he up there talking about, like, dude, I'm eager to learn from this guy and learn knowledge from his stuff. I'm like, dude, with all due respect, Sue was a hell of a player, But I'm like, Sue ain't really put up no numbers like since his rookie year when he got 10 sacks. After that, what happened? I mean, what Warren Sapp said, he would be nothing more than a bull rush. I mean, that was pretty much it.
That's like the biggest issue because you can't go to your defensive coordinator because he don't know what he's doing. If like we're just being real, Todd Bowles don't have.
I mean, he the head coach and calling the defense.
Yeah, he's calling the plays, so he can't help you. If you're a cornerback trying to learn like Zion, like you're not gonna learn anything from Dean, and Dean's not even been in the league like that crazy long either. So you have no veteran, you have no one to help you. You have to learn yourself. And then you have to go over this playbook yourself because Levante can only do so much, but he don't know like where you're supposed to be like in your certain plays because like it's a different position. It's a whole different approach to the game. So now these young guys have to like learn this on the fly, and you can see like how these communication issues could come because Todd Bowles ain't trying to help them learn. He's not dumbing down the scheme for them, and even if he did dumb down the scheme, it's so outdated that it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
It's just so much holes. It's just crazy. Like the lack of veteran presence, and the veteran presence that's there are not even good except for Levante, and obviously KJ Britt ain't listening to anything Levante have to say.
It's this next 3 games. I hate to say it like this, but it's kind of gonna give us a tidbit of this how the season gonna go for the rest of the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree with you there. I agree totally with you.
Because Evans comes back after the bye, right? So there's going to be a little rust there, right?
Is that New York after?
Yes.
Okay.
Their defense is not sorry.
Yeah, they're not. No slouch. No slouch.
I mean, this is the thing. That's why I said I believe New York could probably be Atlanta.
Number 1 in NFL. Dexter Lawrence, number 1 in NFL in sacks, 9 sacks. A D tackle. A D tackle leads the league in sacks.
So it don't even get that much easier after the bye in terms for the offense. I mean, yeah.
Brian Burns, the Giants defense is number 12 in the NFL. They're not bad at all.
They got a nice front four.
So, and then Mike Evans coming back his first game. It's going to be a little rust there. That might be that can't be the WTF game.
Hamstring still might not be 100%.
That cannot be a WTF game.
If Daniel Jones revitalizes his career off of that game.
He made a name for himself off of his rookie year
against Todd Bowles' defense.
There you go. That says it all. And then that's what makes it even worse. What the offense went to work on them in the first half. It was like Mike had damn near 200 yards in the first half, and then they shut him out the rest of the game until the final drive. He caught that little 50-yard bomb from Jameis, and then you missed the field goal. I mean, it was just like they made the adjustments. We didn't do nothing.
It's sad to say, but like this stretch is it can very easily go 0-3, and that's how our season's over if it does go 0-3.
This stretch right here, I said you gotta go 2-2 at worst. You have to go because I had it. In my mind, I said I think they can beat. As of right now, I said I think they can beat Atlanta and beat San Francisco. I said they would lose to Kansas City, and I had the Baltimore game as a toss-up. That's what I really had these next 4 games listed as. But that with the results,
they just have to win against the NFC team. Don't beat the Chiefs and then lose to the NFC teams. You can't do that. I'd rather lose all the AFC games than win all the NFC games. So
that's where I'm at.
Beat Atlanta, clearly.
Beat Atlanta and San Francisco. That's all I want in the next 4 weeks. 4 weeks.
It's tough because Andy Reid and Kyle Shanahan are levels above Todd Bowles. So I can't say that game's we should beat those because I had us losing those games too because the coaching is just way better.
Mm-hmm.
Especially with if we're injured a decent amount, Kyle Shanahan and them can coach up injured players. Andy Reid can coach up injured players. They got no wide receivers and they're undefeated.
And they just who are they receivers? Worthy, Juju, and now D-Hop.
Yeah.
And Travis Kelce, and they don't have no running backs. They bought back Kareem Hunt, but I'm just like, look, that dude he can dial up some plays.
Yeah, so Yeah, this 3 stretch is the gauntlet, because after the bye week, it's not that bad. It's not that crazy, but these are obviously the 4 games, the 5 games with the Falcons, but these 3 games are the hardest games of the season, and they're all back to back. So
I mean, but what makes it harder because you lost the first go round with the Falcons. I mean, if you would have won that Thursday night game, would you feel a little different? Even with the injuries, I think we would feel a little bit different because we would be up 1 game in the division. Still, you would still be sitting at 5-2 instead of 4-3.
It's just the NFC is just so loaded this year that you can't afford a wild card spot. Now with the NFC North looking the way it is, even if the Vikings the Vikings lost tonight. I mean, I don't see a huge drop off. But do you know what you need? Do you know? I mean, I don't even think people understand at this point what you need to have happen just to get that wild card. Like, you got to have a lot of teams fall off the back half of the season, and you got to get hot and win out. Like Bucko said, to get that wild card spot, you gonna need at least 10 or 11 victories just to get that wild card spot and go into that wild card spot on a hot streak. At least win 5 in a row or something like that going into that wild card game. And on paper and coaching, it doesn't
it don't look good for us.
Isn't that sad to say? 9 wins, it looks like our ceiling again.
My man and
right, that is true.
How do you go 8-9, 9-8, and then 9-8 again? Because that looks like it's going to happen.
Because you want to keep the same team.
The NFC is only getting more loaded every year. Like the last couple years, it's been pretty bad. But
everybody's starting to get loaded now.
They're starting to get their draft picks up. Like, everyone's starting to come together in NFC, and the NFC is going to start being a powerhouse like the AFC's been.
I mean, let me ask you this. Like, I get they say if they lose this game, they won't make a move and do anything. What happens if they lose and if it's just an embarrassment loss? Like, it's just a blowout. With Tampa, is that a fireable offense, or do you blow it, or do you go ahead and start blowing it up, start trying to get assets, like draft assets?
I don't know. I've never seen it. I don't see them firing people during the season.
I mean, I doubt it because, like I said, they lose this game. I hate to say it. I just can't see them. I mean, if they lose to Atlanta, I don't even know if you even reach 8 wins. I mean, even though you got 4 games, you'll probably win, and we sitting at 4 wins, you'll get right to 8. But I think it'll be a struggle to win them 4 games. That's a lot for you to win. They could win them, but they may struggle to win those 8 games. It won't be an impressive win against those 4 locked teams, in my opinion. If they don't win this game,
yeah, I think most people could agree that this game is you have to win this game if you want any shot. Because if you lose and you lose bad, then there's a lot of issues arising. But to be honest, I could honestly see them giving Todd Bowles another year. I don't even know if his seat's that hot, to be honest. But I mean, we just have to see. But yeah, this game's a must win. It really is. There's no they lose this. What would be 4-4. And then you got the Chiefs, which honestly, yeah, because if we lose against the Falcons, you could probably
you're gonna get killed by the Chiefs. You got to go out there. You got to go out there and play them on a Monday night, then come back home on another short week to play San Francisco.
Yeah, coming in before we came into the soccer room, I wasn't really thinking about the schedule like that on the other teams, but the Bucs, especially now with their top 2 wide receivers out, you can't look for a wild card spot. It's just not I'm not gonna sit here and bank on all these other teams to start losing the back half of the season when they've looking like they just hit their stride.
If the Bucs fans are waiting for a debacle for other teams, then you clearly don't understand. You can't depend on that.
No, that's not gonna happen at all. I mean,
even if it was to happen, that shouldn't be on the top of your list. That means you're reaching.
Why weren't we good enough to make our own path?
Right. Yeah. All these teams got to lose for us to get to the playoffs. Don't think like that.
You're banking on that, though. It shouldn't be like that. Hey, we win, we in. Take care of the division. You ain't got nothing to worry about. You ain't got to worry about a wild card. Like,
You hold your spot.
Ain't guaranteed a home game.
But that's how it's going to be. If you lose against the Falcons, then you have to bank on other teams to like lose. If like you want a shot, because you can't bank. We can't bank on our team to make a path, especially if they lose to the Falcons. If they split with the Falcons, then it comes down to then you have to win even more games, because then it's going to come down to the if we finish with the same record, the strength of schedule, right?
Well, see, this is the thing though. I personally believe though, if you do beat Atlanta, I believe they'll start spiraling. Like that, like this is around the time last year when they started spiraling. Like the midway point, they had control of the division. Then when they played us that second time, boom, they just spiraled right on out of control. So it's there for the taking.
You think with our win, especially if like somehow we beat them bad, we could ruin their confidence.
Yeah, I think you just beat them. That's going to affect them because, like I said, Seattle came in there and beat them with all their injuries. They came in there and beat them handily too. You know, it's not like they ran the ball good, but they didn't ram it down their throat. And I think we had the capability to do that if we stick with it. Like, I mean, I also hope special teams make plays and you know, you constantly are set up with good field position, and we just, you know, if we got to kill the clock and take long scoring drives, like to do that, then cool. But I mean, it's gonna take a lot. Hopefully, we can get a turnover early and steal a possession or two from Atlanta. Like I think that's really that'll be something that'll be real helpful too if you can steal a possession from them.
Yeah. Well, Bucko, I hope your prediction's right, because as like I went through this locker room, just thought about it more and more. Like you really have to win this game. There's no like you treat this game like as a full on playoff game. Like you're eliminated if you don't win this game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say eliminated, but it's just gonna.
Yeah.
Falcons are 4-0. You know what I'm saying?
That first 1 to 4 victories in the division usually take it.
Yeah, so that's pretty it's gonna be pretty interesting. But gentlemen, we got everything we talked about. The challenges moving forward. We talked about the Falcons preview all in one, 2 videos in one night, 2 hour piece. It's been fun, 4 hours and 17 minutes and counting. I got the Bucs beating the Falcons. What you guys think?
I don't know. I had them splitting, so they have me. They have to win. I had it splitting.
Yeah. I had them splitting too. So I'm gonna say the Bucs win, but like you said earlier, I ain't gonna be shocked if they lose. I will say that, but I expect them to win though. I really do.
All right. Gotcha. All right, gentlemen, appreciate it.
23-20.
23-20. I'm gonna say 20-17.
I do think a lot of yards are going to be going through this game, though.
I don't think it's going to be a lot of touchdowns.
Yeah, not a lot of touchdowns, but I think they're going to go up and down the field a lot. Of teams.
I can see 20. I think it may be a little higher than that. I can see like 25-28.
Okay. Cool. Well, we're gonna see, man. Looking forward to it. I'll be going live, of course, you know. And we gonna fight through this together.
Creamsicles, guys. We totally win when we wear those.
Right.
We lost last time we played Atlanta in creamsicles.
No, we played a lot. We played a line. Oh, are you talking about way farther back?
Yeah, 2010. We won. We lost last time we played them against Atlanta.
I wore one of my creamsicles.
Yeah, I forgot all about the creamsicles until this week. To be honest, I don't even want to be wearing them.
Don't they look kind of different? Like they changed the orange on them this year. Like it ain't like the orange just really sticks out this year more than usual. To me, it does. Like it's more of a brighter orange than usual when you look at it. I don't know if that's how the sun was look when you look at those like those pictures from practice and stuff. I'm like, the orange look kind of hard this year. Like it do look kind of trill to me a little bit this year, more than normal.
Dang, Felix, 45, $30. Whew, I don't know about all that.
I'm going to bed off that one. Y'all have a good night.
Have a good one, man. Fire those cannons, seize the day, raise a flag, buckles, lock a sign it out. Hashtag facts over feelings, hashtag probability of a possibility, hashtag trenches matter, hashtag coaches matter, hashtag what are we doing, hashtag why, hashtag where are we going, hashtag no excuses, hashtag don't get mad at me. I don't play the game, I just talk about it. I'll see you Sunday. Deuces.